A sudden warmth envelops you, unlike the fog or frost you'd previously been inhabited in. No, it's cozy, stagnant, like a pyre, a lit campfire, with chopped wood turning to ash inside of it. The embers spread out of the iron bars but a few inches, the smoke filling the area before venting out of the top of a chimney. The brick outline is charred and turning into wooden walls on the sides. A fine dark wood furnish with rough nails and gnarled wood lines, clearly being homemade or at least not professionally done. Beneath your feet, bright velvet carpet that encompassed the ground as far as the eye could see. On your immediate right, a coat rack with some expensive-looking overshirts, dress clothing, and this large gray windbreaker for the colder seasons. Just beneath that, different types of shoes, long black dress shoes, wooden tap shoes, shaped in those elven look, and a more casual white foot wrap just beside it. Various shelves around the room coated in art supplies, pens, pencils, markers, paints, brushes, the whole sort. Electrical lines being seen occasionally, leading up to the middle of the room. An expensive-looking ribbon radio microphone. That little circular mesh on a stick leading up into the radio. Sat upon this clear desk, only a few finely placed stack of 5 papers, but a few more seeming to be behind and under them. Next, you see this tall, cartoonish Incan caricature. As it sat, it twiddled its fingers between each other, massive, oversized white gloves. A large white mask that contrasted with the black suit and red undershirt. The top few buttons undone in order to reveal some of the jet black chest. That smiling mask, eyeless, staring forward as if into your soul, if you even have one anymore. His legs were propped up on the desk, leaning back into the large leather chair, as he says a few simple words, once the 5 of you conglomerate. For context, the very last thing that happened is Eno and Drifter. Callan and Luke had fallen through this thin air, it seemed, as this would also be the same time 07, Jens and Brynjar had opened the door, exiting the likes of, well, their little area. Next. Welcome, my static cats. Glad you could make it to the interview. My darling Edwin, Candor, Theodore, Faith, and therefore, how have you been? I must truly thank you for this chance. Would any of you favor a fine wine? Oh, right, sorry. I should probably call you all Callan, Jens, Luke, Brynjar, and 07 now, shouldn't I? I'll open the floor to you 5.
But how do you know our names?
I know you plenty well. You know me plenty well, don't you? Do you really not remember me, Faith?
That's
I'm assuming Machina is behind a desk of some sorts, if I remember.
Yes.
Alright. 07/Verfor would start walking up. As he would walk up to any other bar or cafe. Is there any seats nearby, Machina?
There is 2 of these simple wooden chairs. Sort of like what you would see at a children's office. A hospital, if you would.
You would walk up, slide the chair out, and sit in it. Yeah, I much appreciate that wine, mate.
Can I look for any signage, like anything that would identify what cafe we're at?
You're not in a cafe.
I'm not.
You're in Machina's radio room.
Oh, okay.
Callan sighed, lifting his right pant leg up and slamming hard against his prosthetic wooden leg, popping out the compartment of which his flask was hidden in and pulling it out. Unscrewing it as the others went about their business.
Like the aura of Theodore, normally from what, if any of you are the older versions, the other individuals, you could see that Luke himself is crossing his arms with one to his chin, or crossing his arms, but like having one arm upward, holding his chin, looking around, observing the room. So, why are we here? What for?
That is a question I unfortunately do not have an answer to, my darling. Or do you mean here in this room right now?
This room, everything at this point. I don't remember too much. I just would like to have a clearer understanding of what is going on.
Is some sort of group hallucination?
Ago, I'm seeing this man, as he points to Calvin again, had murdered Kalani.
Yes.
I stabbed a fucker who was quite terrifying in the bathroom and was threatening me, if that's what you mean. He glanced over at the strong presenting guy beside
Again,
him.
this is Luke. I guess if you want to
Dismissively.
call him. Yeah, okay. Oh, cool.
I will
Well-
say, I can answer why you're in this room. It's simply because I wanted to see some old friends, especially in my time here. Pity Alva couldn't make it.
Then instinctually.
Time here. You say that like it's a vacation to you. This unit wonders where explicitly is here in relation to where we were. Jensdor would suddenly speak up, his arm crossed and his right arm raising at the elbow to offer a simple motion forward. His eyes could simply be described by Machina as they were as a robot. They were in fact piercing forward and extremely blunt in their gaze.
Machina would lower one of their left hands, grabbing out this fine book and beginning to read it while they spoke to you. To answer that, it's a little complex. Where are we? Well, you're still on Graveyard La Remembrance, or however you say it. I'm not French. Regardless, you're still there, in your little exam. Or at least, the you you're supposed to be.
But we inhabit, mate.
Sure. The soul you became is here, the body you are is there.
Speak plainly, Radio Cat. I have no time for games.
Alva.
Jens's head would turn to look over toward John Flask as he speaks.
The soldier looks over for a moment, turning more properly as his left side wasn't particularly good to him. In fact, that left eye was entirely lazy, slightly lowered. Like the muscles on it were forcibly relaxed, something similar to that. I lowered the flask and just looked at him.
Speak plainly, you ask of me?
Apparently so.
How would you like me to speak plainly? I use big words. Do you want me to dumb it down for you?
Use small words, proper English. I have no time for your games. At least not as I am now. There's
We have a
clearly
destination
something
to meet on the
who it
shores.
is I inhabit.
Agreed.
Why are we picking?
As you
Why
say.
are we picked for this body? Why is our souls here? Why is it us that is only habited? Machina? Is that what you called?
Yes, darling.
Why are we here?
Well, it's a thought-provoking question. Machina would slam down the book onto their desk, standing up and towering over the rest of the party we see in this area. The two hands beside their body beginning to float over their head as they speak once more. It's not so simple to answer that, but if I had to dumb it down in a way in which you believe you could understand, you were chosen to live a life that wasn't yours to live. Rather, this is who you would have been given you were born in another world. You can think of it fate you were chosen in this, though you could also just interpret it as a mass hallucination as is part of your previous body. Whether this is real or
I
not-
was chosen for no such exam. When you say you speak of these, he says as he slams his fist into the chest of Yens. You speak of the shells we now inhabit. Is that correct?
Correct.
That is all I need to know. How do we return these fortifications to their rightful souls?
Why do we leave?
With haste.
You really want to leave so soon?
I do not
I have no
wish
business
to.
being here.
Flip would scratch the name tag on his
Alva's somewhere on the
arm.
shore. That's where I'll intend to be.
I do not wish. I don't wish to take any more from this body. Doesn't seem right. So, Machina, how do we leave this place?
I really don't understand quite well. You would watch as Machina's head would tilt slightly to the left. A bit of the ink on their bodies stretching a bit, forming sharp parts along their suit. I don't understand. I'm giving you.
What
all
can
a
you do to
chance.
make us leave this body of ours?
The captain stepped forward. His left foot dragged behind him as he walked, and yet there was still a forward and prideful, nearly pace to him. As he looked up at Machina, do you have a game for us to play? Is that what you're planning here? What do you want, Machina?
The caricature would look down at Calvin, or Edwin, or Drifter, or whatever you want to call him. The smile on the smiling mask fracturing slightly and beginning to float in the nearby air. Something that would become noticeable now is that static began to fill the nearby room, spread slightly. pieces of furniture or the wood on the walls would distort with this sort of effect, as if you just dragged a knife across one of those old box TVs and it led one of those colorful rainbow lines across the screen.
Is this another one of your games?
The game I want you to play. I have a question. Have any of you ever acted like someone you aren't in a performance? As if you are some sort of Broadwayman? Or maybe even in this popular game a couple of years ago, Dungeons and Dragons?
Man, shut the fuck up.
Shush.
Why don't we act? Please. While we're still here, this is one of your last chances to ever be called these names, to ever hear Edwin, Gandor, Theodore, Faith, and therefore. Don't you want to be here a little longer?
What do you mean, our last chance? What has happened to us, Radio Cat?
And why does it affect you so much?
You aren't real anymore. I'm not real anymore. It's difficult. I'm here, you're here, but we're not there. As Machina's right hand would point and poke a finger at Callan's chest, digging into his sternum just a little bit. You're not him, but you are him. Do you understand?
Would you say we're stuck in a state of paradoxy?
Yes. It's what you were told when you got onto this island. You're living a life that's not your own to live.
Would appear that goes both ways. For whoever they were, and now us. How ironic.
Yes. How ironic.
So for what then? You seek a stage play? Or we dwindle in the lives of those that are not our own?
No one can hear me while I'm in my room. That's one of the conditions I set for coming back. So I'll let you in on a little secret. The man who set up this game of hide and seek told us whichever one of us either outlived the rest of you, brought a few of you in, or whatever happens there, we get to join your world. We don't get to fade into obscurity. And I want to be the one to go to your world.
Jens Dor would actively scoff at you as he tilts his head back slightly and looks at you with a rather striking look of disapproval.
As the soldier unblinkingly stared at you, leaned in even a little bit. That
People
one
are
didn't
coming.
work quite so well for Kalani, did it?
It did not, it seems. Or Tybalt, for that matter. That little rascal.
So we are not truly real?
Tybalt was there too.
Why are we dwelling on this being real?
Cat, I have a question.
I would like to know. Because my memory is very fogged right now. I would like to know more. I am in this body, or whatever it is. We are mere enigmas. Because personally, I would not like to take the body of someone else's. If I am here right now, I am assuming I've lived my life. So why gain an opportunity for a second one? It would be unfair.
Unfair? It's a blessing. It is not about fair or unfair. Life is inherently unfair.
How many people are playing this game? Cat.
Skip a few. 12? I believe it would be 12 of us that have been selected. Let's see.
11
You've met
now.
Loki, you've met Kalani, you've met Tybalt, and you've met me. I suppose that leaves 8. Oh, and of course, you guys don't even bother to remember his name, do you? Hey, fellas.
Oh, him. Remember that fateful encounter in the forest?
Of course I do.
The soldier walked away from the counter for a moment, walking by Yandor?
Yeah, door.
Yandor?
Cans?
Ah, yes,
Yandor?
can.
What do you even call this thing? He's a lanky little white. Well, he's rather tall. He's like
He's a
6'2", but
fucking twink.
he's not exactly what you'd remember. That's for sure. Standing with his arms crossed, looking forward. He seems like he should be selling bread with a smile, but instead he almost has the gaze of a judge who's just right about to make a determination on a subject they don't rather like.
All the same, the soldier looks at him with a shimmer of similarity.
Yen's door would look to you.
I believe
Right
our
from-
destination. Yes, please.
He would eye you for a moment before suddenly speaking. You mentioned the shores earlier. I once knew a man who loved the shore. Loved to fear it. You wouldn't happen to be a voyager, would you?
A sailor. But I have no boat left, nor any
The end
seas
door.
to see.
At the mention of this boat and sea, would raise a smile as... not quite a smile, rather a smile of solidarity, strength, as his brows furrow, looking to you. And perhaps we should find each other in good company. We never needed a boat to take to the seas. Any terrain was our voyage. Isn't that right, Captain?
I have have no intention to go on a further voyage, Candor. But I have something to meet at the shore. I believe my body and everyone's here except for the cats should have that intention as well.
If you have a destination, I would be glad to escort you there again if you would have me.
I would gladly follow.
By my bad side, Candor. I need someone I can trust watching it, as you know.
I'll make sure that a soul even lives to see it.
While this conversation,
Why are you familiar? He looked over his shoulder, his piercing right eye staring at the butcher.
Perhaps we met very strangely, yet we became good company. You've always been by my side, even though you know me from the inside out. We've talked on this so-called ship of ours.
Your family, is it then?
Yeah.
I must pardon thee one more time. Alva, I believe he's waiting for me at the shore as he had promised to. I'd like to go there.
So.
I'd like for you to come with me.
I would gladly. Is there any windows?
There is not.
Okay.
There any
has
obvious
the-
exit?
My question was going to be, while it was slightly tuned out for a little bit of the conversation, has any of the environment changed
Yes.
since he fractured?
Yes. The environment had continued to warp in this sort of uncanny fashion. You would see as different parts of the area, even the chair that 07 had currently been on, it was sort of pure static. It was sort of these pixelated white, black, gray, occasional green and purple. It didn't seem to have a texture to it, is my best way to put it. Signal lost, if you would.
And everyone can see that, right?
Yes.
Alright. Is there any cabinet or drawers in this room?
Plenty. There are many bookshelves, there are many drawers in Machina's desk.
What's the cat doing?
Machina at the moment, you see his right, left, and bottom right. All four hands are currently on top of the desk, sort of gripping, gnarling, the nails digging into the wood and dragging back. He's almost debating, staring directly at you, Edwin, as you hear him mutter something. What happened in that bar that night?
Sailor sighed, turning back to him for but a moment. Regardless, I doubt that we'll be able to get out of here without one last dance. Would that be right, Machina?
Machine looked over to Machina as well at this point, standing firmly behind Edwin.
I glared at Machina.
07 would turn his head towards Machina and just give him a smile. More of a sad smile. Are we really going to have another dance? Machina.
I wouldn't want to fight any of you. No. I'm here to help you. Remember, Edwin. I guided you onto the boats. Remember? No?
You're a friend to me. I was saddened by your loss at Blost. But I cannot let you stop me from getting to the shore, Machina. So I ask you, would you like one final dance?
The smiling mask started to fracture more and more. It began to break apart at the seams. It began to float in the air with little ceramic and porcelain shards. I think I would like that.
The right side of the soldier's face dipped slightly, looking down for a moment at the desk before glancing back up once again.
Once you glance back up at the desk, a hand reaches over, and 07, you would look up to see Machina sort of, how you say, gouging himself over the desk, trying to reach out and grab onto the likes of Edwin. He lunges like a straight up Foxy jump scare. Let me get some music going, I'm sorry.
Raccoon,
I would like to immediately react after that.
I'd like to react, please.
What's up, guys?
Can I pick up the texturous chair while he lunges and try and hit him mid leap?
You may. What are you doing, Potato?
How close am I theoretically to Edwin in the chair? Because you said there was a couple of chairs.
Yeah, you were in the back left, weren't you?
I think I was nearby Edwin Candor. I think I was on the I think I was just behind Candor.
Is that
Just behind Candor on the left.
so?
Yeah.
Then you would not be able to reach over the
Those-
chairs.
Okay. Can I counter lunge at him?
You want to counter lunge at him?
Yes.
How does that work? How the fuck does that work? Actually,
Counter,
no, I
baby!
know.
like straight up push him out of the way with a leap
Yeah, we
as he
sleep
lunges
game.
towards Edwin, just trying
Set
to
up for an
offset him.
RKO, bro.
in midair.
Set up for an RKO, dude.
You
Set
know
up for an
what?
RKO, dude.
You know what? What ends up happening, Edwin, as when you turn around, you see this comically sized white glove reach for your face. Almost, you feel the air across your nose as what ends up happening. You see this massive butcher slam into the side of Machina, only for him to get launched into a static chair, spreading glass-like shards throughout the air as it begins to form. You see as the room around you, all five of you, begins to expand outward, the walls seeming to thicken and heighten, beginning to stretch out as it opens up. You see the microphone begin to glow slightly As Machina is knocked back maybe 20 feet from the rest of you, he raises his top right hand as a microphone like Mjolnir comes to him.
Our spirits are ours, but our bodies are not our own. Use them to your advantage.
One last dance, my static cats.
As Edwin readies himself, using his words to attempt to rally his crew one final time.
Therefore, raise himself, gets the gun out, and the knife in the other hand. Ready to do whatever it takes to get back.
Butcher knife is already out after that stumble. How far away am I from this monstrosity?
One moment.
As he steadies himself, he looks down at his hand for a moment, shifting his weight somewhat hesitantly to his left leg, finding the strength within it.
If you would like to go ahead and look into No Mic, this will be our designated turn order, as I'm putting Edwin first.
Old Eddie. Glancing around the room, Edwin is going to, you said that it changed, warped in proportion, grew larger and thicker in all sizes, yes?
Mm-hmm.
And Machina, parts of him are fracturing off in that mic. Something about that mic, what was it?
You saw it slightly begin to glow as, like Mjolnir, it casted all the way from his desk with an electrical line dragging across the floor into his hand as he begins to hold it.
Well, Edwin reaches into his coat pocket, not for something that he knew, but rather something that he might not have. One of the last of the 2 steaks that he had. Holding it out in his hand, he's going to take a first step forward with his left and then launch it forward at Machina.
As this stake would cascade through the air, you feel the wind whistle past your ear, Brynhar and 07, as while it goes through the air, we see it fly and fly and fly. Machina taking a couple of steps forward as we see the stake plank into his chest. A little bit of the black ink his body is synonymous with beginning to spread across his chest, leak down his legs, staining those dress pants. He continues to approach you. No more than a bit of static building into the air as you notice the stake in his chest begins to warp, pixelate, and disintegrate.
How interesting.
Shiza.
Edwin isn't even looking at Machina by the end of his turn. Holding his ground. Seems to be looking for something. Who's to say? It's Brynjar's turn now.
Okay, so assuming I got fucking thrown off to the side after I basically tackled him. Would I after Cowan's turn would I be basically like behind and a little bit to the side of Machina?
No. So what ended up happening is Machina got launched by the chair after you pushed him on. So yeah, when you were going for the tackle, he got launched behind you. So he is now approaching the likes of the group of you 5.
Oh, okay. I got confused because I thought I full on tackled him. pulling out this knife and realizing what happened to the stake, he didn't want to risk his only weapon just for it to practically disintegrate. He would motion him and O7 to do the same pincer movement. He would motion O7.
He would just give you a head nod. All right,
And we start to run in very jagged movements, hoping to spread out his view to the point where he has blind spots.
Machina didn't seem to react to either view, rather looking at the three still conglomerated together.
And that'll be O7's turn.
Is there anything around us? What's the situation looking like?
As was described, the room seemed to filter into this intense static. Anything you saw before sort of becoming, how you say, dissipative. The desk, the bookshelf, the coat, all of that. The only thing that seemed to remain real was the electrical lines running throughout the room that was previously his radio.
Okay.
There seemed to be about maybe 12 of them in total that were either on the walls, on the ceiling, on the floor, but they all led back to Machina's microphone.
Okay.
Just for clarification,
Is there
it's all over the place.
Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to think here. Give me a minute.
I'm saying, is it all over the place?
Is what all over the place?
The electrical lining you mentioned.
So yeah, there's 3 on each surface. 3 on the floor, 3 on each wall, 3 on the ceiling.
Alright.
Is there any nearby
You can break them.
electrical lines?
It would be a bit out of your way, but it's not unrealistic to go get one on your right.
What about my end?
Same with you. It's not unrealistic, but it'd be a bit out of the way on your left.
Okay.
And then there's one straight up the middle in front of Machina.
Obviously. Why is my mic not doing mic mix? Well, as 07 does the zigzag, previously stated, he looks around, sees these electrical lines. He's gonna go for the one on the right and slice it with his knife to see what happens.
Oh, 07, my darling. When your knife interacts with the cable, what ends up happening is you feel this thick electrical shock throughout your entire body as it conducts up the blade, up your arm, and into your metal mask. A bit of smoke comes out of the side of the masks, but you do notice that the line is not cut through.
Interesting.
Can, looking at 07, can I also try one of the lines, knowing I have I have like leather gloves and that kind of thing?
On your turn.
Okay.
Do I still have something to do? Can I still do something?
Depends on what you'd like to do.
Well, if the knife doesn't work, the other brute force option. Let's fucking shoot it.
Alright.
Yeah, I have this Glock. It's time to shoot.
How many times you got?
3 more after this one.
Yeah, okay.
3 more
How
after
good
this
is your precision, dude? How, like, what is the
I'm right
width
by
of
it,
the
my
wire,
guy.
dude?
I'm literally right by it.
You would kneel down, putting the barrel of the gun basically touching the wire as when you fire it, it severs the wire, sending live electricity all the way through you and around you. You see literal blue electric waves spiking up and to the left and to the right, all around you, frying parts of your clothes and sending smoke in that entire area next to you as
Oh no, bro.
some of the static in the room dissipates and the walls gain a little texture.
You would just, as he's frying, just one hand up with a thumbs up. That's all.
You know,
Look,
just thinking, like, all of this, like, again, this whole thing, like, me personally, my thought process, look, it's just a hallucination. We're living someone's lives. So is it truly affecting us fully? Could we just walk out of this room? Like, I don't know. But at this point in time, right now, if you haven't noticed, something's going on with Luke. I guess an internal battle. He doesn't... This urge, as I want to make it my turn to conflict with this force. I guess with Luke and Theodore at this point.
are you trying
Right
to do
now.
what we had previously talked about?
Yes.
You know, roll me a determination check.
Let me check the sheet in a minute.
You know, Luke, for a moment, when you look down at your hands, you don't see big green mitts. You don't see these massive leathery hands. For just a moment, you see these scarred, sort of tan, smaller hands. Ones that would look good with maybe a flint piece inside of it.
That'll be my turn.
Yes.
So we got electrical wires all across the floor, right?
Yes.
We got a magical ice pole, right?
You do.
As all these cool team attacks are happening around him, Jensdor is going to look over to the floor, look over to the electrical lines, and then look specifically to their connection to the microphone in which Jesus Christ himself is holding. How tightly is he holding that microphone?
He is death gripping that thing.
Jensdor is going to take a few steps forward to get used to his legs, before, with quick analysis, beginning to sprint forward as he moves somewhat to the side of the room. And he is going to break into a skid stop as he jams the pole, the ice end, down on top of a cluster of the wires.
So
Do they
are
happen to
not-
freeze?
So they are not clustered. The wires are individual, sort of strewn across the room. The only place in which they intersect is directly at the microphone.
That's fine. He slams it into one. Does it freeze?
As you would slam it across the one in the middle of the room on the floor, taking those few steps in order to reach to it, yes, it does freeze.
As he lifts it up, does it in fact stick to the pole without conducting through the ice?
I don't remember if I made it freshwater or saltwater ice. It was never explicitly stated. So,
I think the freezing
I'm-
effect would stop the conduction anyway.
no, because ice
'Cause
is
you gotta
very
think the tip of that
conductive
pole
in
is pretty much just-
saltwater. Which I'm going to give it to you, it's freshwater, so it does not conduct.
Alright. He's gonna lift this, and as he sees the rest of the fight distracting Machina, he's going to begin going around the room with his pole dragging along the floor, twisting it in his hand as he begins to gather up the wires, bounding around the far sides of the room from Machina, and continuing to twirl them up within each other at the tip. of his pole,
Oh, so
creating
what
more
you're
and more tension as he goes.
So what you're doing is you're taking the one in the middle of the room and sort of spaghettiing them.
Correct. I am taking it, dragging it along the floor with the pole, collecting another one as I drag it. The goal here, if he keeps the mic, he's not going to be moving very well.
Well, Jay, we would see as you are able to begin to bring in the wires. You're able to bring in the one on your right, as the one on your left and the other few, it seems to be bound by something on the walls, as if clipped in. You are able to start pulling strain against them, and you can see Machina has to flex to keep his microphone in his hand. As
Does he look over to Yen's door?
Yes, he does. He is now staring at you instead of Edwin.
As he would look over, I assume noticing the tension growing on his microphone, he would see the Yen's door with the pole in both his hands raised forward like a spear, as almost tauntingly, he is slowly spinning them up, creating more tension. Purpley staring directly into the Radio Cat's eyes. His eyes turned somewhat downward, his brow furrowed as if he is staring directly at a mad bull.
You always were the most brave out of all of your little crew, weren't you, Candor?
As I said, I have no time for games. Not on his behalf.
Is that your turn? Yes.
I believe that is a full set of actions. I think any more would be excessive.
As the line would begin to reel in more and more, we see as it comes to Machina's turn. We see as the static that had begun to float in the air begins to conglomerate, begins to collect, begins to sort of morph and form into each other. As he even takes the broken electrical wire from which it got severed due to 07. As it begins to float towards and inside Machina's body. We see as Machina would slightly grow, a little bit of static growing on his chest. As the microphone glows a little bit brighter, he brings it up to his mouth and begins to speak. One moment while
May I attempt to
Yes.
May I attempt to make an interception as he tries to speak?
Yes, you may.
I have a wire that is attached directly to the microphone, or is it kind of just the whole system?
So you have one of the wires, which you are reeling in the rest.
Right. But does it connect in some way to the microphone?
Yes.
As he goes to open his mouth in this rather godlike floating moment, Yen's door, sensing immediate danger, flicks his eyes with some urgency to his friends, then to the damned machine, before ripping his pole back in an attempt to tug him toward himself. Or at least tug the microphone away from its mouth.
Is there any chance I could get in on this action?
You would like to assist in pulling the pole?
I'd like to assist in doing something.
Yeah, if possible. This is an attempt for, this would be an attempt to allow my allies to follow up. However, I do know you were getting music. I don't want to take that from you if you were going to do a thing.
You know what? I'll do it
If you want to do a thing.
I'll do it like this. I'll do it like this. One second. 159 hours, 38 minutes, and counting. you would feel your hand, Jens, pull and stress against this wire as it begins to pull. You feel and you see as Machina's hand, it begins to flex against yours, holding it closely to his own teeth. That's how
The veins on Jens's arm start to grow, not grow per se, but flex on his arm as Kandor's not the machine he once was, but he still tugs with all of Jens's might.
That's how long it's been since the Red Parade, as I'll label it. The beginning of each of your pure issues.
As Callan, this is where your arm latches onto the pole. Do you begin to pull?
That wasn't necessarily what I was gonna do.
Oh, sorry.
You see, Callan's too far to the side to be rushing over to Jens in a moment like this. No. Callan Godric, Edwin Beetlebarb. Edwin had no manner of strength and couldn't convincingly fight any melee combat, but he was lucky, wasn't he? And Callan, well, he's had his bad turn of luck, but there's no rivaling his strength. So as he makes this rush, as he begins to lumber forward, slowly gaining momentum, Callan Beetlebarb is going to use all of his serendipity, all of his luck ever born, and put it into one forceful, cracking punch with his right hand straight into the cat. A distracting strike, maybe. Something effective, likely not, but it would probably, maybe, do something.
As Machina would continue to step forward, almost as if he wants to be reeled in, almost as if he wants to be hit. As we continue to spread and kill, as you continue to flee with your tail between your legs, ears down and heart beating. How far do you think it before we can catch? As a clean hit would go across the static cat's face, this thick fist going across and breaking into the bottom of the mask, spreading more of the pixels into the air as it stops the speech. Machina stopping his momentum, as when your fist glides across his face, he moves. You feel his body recoil and sort of lean against the hit. You watch as his jaw slightly parts. As you stumble a little bit forward with all of that momentum. As Machina stands
may I-
upright. You may.
I can follow up.
What would you like to do?
This feels very excessive, but it is what Jensdor would do. If you will allow me, I would like Jensdor to roll as he sees this hit happen with a left, getting into a crouch, and then essentially tugging his pole down left and behind him in an attempt to force Machina to fall further toward the floor. Before he comes to stand again.
So from here on out, I'm going to say fuck the turn order, and I'm going to say y'all don't get another action until Machina gets another action.
Okay.
We noted.
As what ends up happening is as Machina stands upright, looks down at Edwin, taking up one of his left hands, you see him jerk forward as once more he's beginning to, how you say, displace. As he leans forward, missing this hit that might have just put Callan on the ground, you see as, with all of that momentum he was ready to strike with, gets pulled along with Jens's own strength. Machina lunges forwards, tripping on his feet, but staying upright, as he is now behind the likes of Calvin. Behind Calvin. I always hated the feeling of more than one-on-one. So unfair. Next.
I'm not doing it. Get in here. Everybody get in here. We've been doing too much. Get in here. Come on.
Okay.
I'm.
Go ahead.
Oh, did you finally? Okay. I just saw that. As that's going on, there's a fight going on again, between Theodore as well as Luke. You hear muttering coming from Luke as, it's probably overheard by the constant fighting that's going on, but it's like, oh, he's strong, as this Luke is just shaking right now. That is a plus 13 too. With that, so that is a 72.
Your idea of strong begins to warp. Strength isn't the muscle in your arm. No. You remember something. Strength is continuing despite what happens to you. Despite the bullet in your leg.
Despite the 3 broken fingers he has. Despite everything. But there's still a tug. There's still that 2 overwhelming forces, 2 individuals who put strength above all else. Like maybe an arm wrestling contest is going back and forth. A fight's continuing, and right now, again, it's still going on at this moment. This mental fight, this battle, again, that will be my turn for right now.
Oh,
7, do you want to plan something?
I have a plan, alright. How far away from the cat?
Because of how you had zigzagged and how Machina had been both reeled in and moved in, you are now about, give or take, 10 feet behind him.
10 feet behind him?
Both of you.
How big is this microphone?
This microphone, it's adapted for someone of his height, being 7.5 something foot. So in your hand, it's about the size of your rib cage.
Oh. That's lovely. 07 getting off the ground from electrical shock. I'm assuming the cable's no longer by me since he tugged it, right?
It is not.
Alright. 07's gonna get up. As this shotgun starts flipping over, lever action going. Oi! You fucking idiot! You goddamn Machina, come here. As he starts walking over and stopping maybe 3 feet away. Oi! Does Machina react?
What?
This shotgun is pointed directly at the very bottom of this microphone, where all the cables are intersected. Remember, mate, I don't fucking run. As he shoots this gun, hitting it
I love that.
directly at the
That's like the
bottom.
best one ever.
Ozzy, you just made maybe the worst mistake.
Let's go, baby!
Let's go!
I love you, man.
Thanks, man.
On God, dude.
More team damage!
I
Let's
put
go!
fuel on the fire, baby.
He's
going
really
on
playing the character accurately. If this
Let's
is
go!
Yeah, I love this shit.
Come on, let's hit it. Let's hit it.
Give me
Dead boys.
a couple of seconds. I wasn't expecting this to happen so soon.
Candor
Goddamn
fucker. Callan
Let's
fucking
go!
dies.
Let's go, baby!
Let's go!
Time for a bit of tone shift, isn't it?
I think it's about time.
In this next moment, 07, you see as 11 electrical wires fall. You see as they begin to spark electricity, each one you see in sequence as time slows down for all 5 of you in this moment. As the first one goes through, you see as the room blips one more time, static falling from the walls, you see texture reappear, you see color reappear. As the next one falls, you see as Machina's pixelated body begins to take form and take into this liquidation. As when another one falls, and another one falls, and another one bites the dust, what ends up happening is, by the end of this, you see electrical sparks fly through the air. The microphone glows brighter and 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 brighter. Until it's essentially a miniature sun in this room for just a moment. And it disappears into static that trickles down the room like ashes. You find yourself in this area now encompassed in the original room in which you had walked in. As 07,
Devil?
you feel your body essentially get struck with thunder as you feel yourself begin to fry from the outside in, the ends of your clothes fabric beginning to fray. You feel as your sides begin to undulate. You feel your inner organs begin to twitch. You feel as your finger bones begin to snap at the raw electrolytes flowing through your body. I mean, you're hydrated. Probably
Let's
because
go!
you pissed yourself a couple of times in this motion. You immediately fall. As once we look back in this area once more, we see as Machina is stood taller than he was before, maybe 9 feet. The microphone no longer in his hand. You see as his bottom 2 arms are this almost liquid, like a cartoon that's falling apart. Or like one of those cartoons who doesn't have very much muscle anymore. Rather, his arm is like a fluid as it falls limply across his side.
Is he static still?
Gloves. He is standing still. You see as the white mask is essentially fragmented into parts, only leaving the outline.
So he's solid.
As the next motion... Hey, Callan. You're still the closest person to
That's
this guy.
fine. Oh yeah,
Yeah, you would say so?
right behind.
Right, you would say so? Right behind him?
Yeah. He's pretty much right behind him.
You would feel as an arm would wrap around your waist from behind.
Oh my.
As he begins to lean back.
Pretty sure Edwin was technically a married man.
You would feel as just like that one time on the beach. Oh wait, no, it's nothing like that. The arm around your waist would begin to pull you up and off of the floor as 3 more wrap
shit.
around, and you get German fucking suplexed. Your head
Yes.
crashing just in front of the likes of Jens as Machina goes on the ground with you a few feet in front of you. You feel as the back of your head lands first along with the rest of your body as Machina starts to weakly get up after German fucking
May I take a move as he weakly gets up?
You may.
Him being right next to Jens as he begins to weakly get up, he feels the cold plunge of steel strike against his mask as Jens slides in behind him, grabbing the pole with both hands around him and ripping him backwards before snapping around to the other side in a twirl and jamming the electrical cold ice side of the pole directly into his face to force him backwards.
You would do so as when it jams into his stomach, you notice that the ink almost resists it, growing up the pole as it begins to freeze, almost like a tug of war going back on his body, enveloping you.
It's a tug of war?
It's
Is it
a
the war?
bit of a tug of war.
I'd like to send a drop kick with the pole that is planted directly into his ink as my station to jump up and drop kick him in the chest to get it back.
As when you do so, it rips away. You watch as black ice would fill the air with shards beginning to spread across. In this very pretty outlook, you send Machina about 10 feet in front of you. Conveniently, hey Brynhar, you have a new accessory to your
Yevo?
shoes.
Ugh. Can I? Okay, so would you say that he's facing directly up in the ceiling?
I would say so.
I also
Can
help
I-
Edward at this point.
Can I just with a disgusted motion, just full on Spartan stomp on him,
You lift
on
up
his
your knee,
fragile's mask?
up and down. As what ends up happening,
I would do that
this
repeatedly.
Crack. You hear a pop, crack, snap, crackle, and kablam as shards of this porcelain spread across your boot. You see ink land across your boot as it comes up and down, almost like this jam that spreads across you. As at your last step, your foot gets caught. You get lifted up and pushed up. As you begin to come down on your back, you would land on one of the shards, cutting into the back left and back right part under your ribs. As Machina uses you as leverage to pull himself up to his feet, barely.
Can I quickly stand bearing the pain?
You can begin to stand, yes.
Okay.
Roll. Luke, you feel your vision return to you as you take off this set of glasses that you weren't even wearing before. It's nothing but pixels that come off of your hand as you see it all up your arm. You feel it, the texture. You read it, her name.
I want to ask: is this thing's? Is it? There's something on me, correct? Or is it free?
It's free.
What was silent? The yell, whatever the fuck Luke was doing at this point, all stops. Where is he? Again, he's positioned.
Machina is about 15 feet in front of you, barely standing as he begins to lumber back towards the like of Edwin and Cantor.
Is this behind me?
No, this is in front of you.
Do you notice me or anybody?
He doesn't seem to be registering you are even.
He's not
there.
registering me. Awesome. Like a predator, motioning in the background. Maybe like a predator about to pounce, in this motion, this form that Stone knows so well. As I would like maybe make an unnoticed check to slowly approach around him, find my way behind him.
You would see as Machina would lumber forward, those weak steps dragging his right foot on the ground. He can barely pick up his left. All four of his arms limply at his side as he begins to wobble slightly, taking those few steps. as you are now able to position yourself.
Awesome. A competitor watching, his yellow eyes staring into this thing. Doesn't know what this is, but he is very well angry. He despises this being this other person. He's done so much. It's not right. As... Am I behind him?
You are able to.
I would so... He still has his head, right?
Partly, you see as most of it is sort of gooey and squished. The mask barely able to form its own outline as you can see the rough shape of a mouth, the rough shape of eyes.
I can maybe grab it, right? Maybe perhaps from the set, just looking. Could I perchance
He is
maybe
very
turn
tall.
its head? Well, he's laying down, right? He's
No.
slowly backing up, right?
No, he stood up and he's going towards them.
Oh, all right. Well, could I cut his Achilles or cut his back stuff, both of them, with both my knives?
You could go for those parts of the body. Is that what you'd like to do?
I would love to. I would love to.
In this fluid motion, your left hand slides across, almost having to reach towards the ground in order to do so, as you quickly slice across what would be the Achilles tendon if he were, well, more humanoid. As you see him lurch forward on his left, beginning to fall onto his right knee, as you take this opportunity, your other knife in your right hand beginning to make... What
Yeah, I would
shape?
love.
Would you like to make a pattern?
Can I follow up? He's on his knees right now, right?
He's falling to his knees.
Awesome. I'm gonna follow in on that motion before walking beside him, before grabbing my knife. He has a chest, correct? His chest is manageable, right? Or plunging the knife in, I would like to bring it fully fucking down beyond his body, vertically.
As you would jab it just above his sternum, you would begin to drag down, cutting and thriving against each individual bone. You feel as your knife would dull each time you feel it rivet against each of the goddamn spikes in his chest. As it comes down, you feel as ink would spread across his body. As while you're doing so, while you're leaning in to do it, you feel as his left hand grabs across your face and completely encompassing it, grabbing around it to each of your temples, throwing you to the left. Would you like to say a word before you get tossed?
You don't deserve a second life. We're only given one. As I'm going to, yes, get thrown back. Get thrown back.
Callan Godric shouts from across the room. Rising, he had a cut from where Machina had suplexed him, blood pouring over a side of his face, the left one. As he slowly lumbers toward him, that soppy mess of ink on the ground.
Step aside further toward the right as he approaches the soppy mess. His eyes focused on Machina.
Callan Godric brings his hand into his pocket one final time, extracting from it something maybe similar. Perhaps even in that ink-filled thing's eyes it sees it. A Zippo lighter. The kind you flick open, switching from brass to bronze to brass to bronze. That lighter. The soldier always had it. And as Callan Godric flips it open, walking toward him, thudding with each footstep, drawing ever closer, a light catches on him. Stand and deliver yourself once more!
as he slowly walks toward him. Machina, what are you doing in your moments? These few, seldom that you have.
Edwin, you ended in such a barbaric way. That's exactly how I know you do it. Hold the lighter in front of me, please. I have words to say to you.
That's a great
As-
thing that I didn't put on.
I have words to say to you.
I thought we were about to cut to like, oh guys, double claps. Thanks for the play, everyone. This is great. You've done such a good job at acting, not yourselves.
Okay, I'm sorry,
Congrats.
guys. Let me get the actual music. I don't know why that happened.
Yeah, yeah.
Thought there was about to be a sex scene or some shit, bro. But you have a fucking
Edwin the Red
No, not the sex
no.
scene
Yes, I was
afterwards.
Welcome to another episode, Pershell Zero, Gone Wild.
You would hear as this would begin to play. You would hear in the background as all of your perceptions of time begins to slow. You see as the ink in the room would begin to reform, gather around Machina, each of the fragments of his mask would begin to gather, reform into Machina. As he would pull from seemingly nowhere, under his right hand, that same velvet book. As he looked up to you in this moment, I remember when he first sang. His voice was not thunder, but something softer, like gravity sighing through a dream. The first notes unfurled the suns, coaxed the tides into rhythm, and painted breath onto the lungs of sleeping beasts. He called himself Mael, the good god. And he was, at first. I watched from the lattice between moments where I dwell without time, without purpose beyond witnessing. I do not create, I do not judge. I am the shimmer behind mirrors and the voice that says, you were not alone. When Mael awakened, he sculpted galaxies with intentions. He whispered forgiveness into the words of flawed creations, and praised even those who failed to worship him. His divinity was humility, his power tempered by awe of the lies that bloomed beneath him. But adoration is a poison that tastes like honey. It began with a statue, larger than a child, crafted not by his hand, but by one who loved him. He stared at it for what felt like 1,000 seasons, captivated not by its form, but by the devotion it represented. That is the moment I first heard the crack, a faint splintering beneath his harmony, like hairline fractures forming beneath the mirror's silver. Soon, he wrote his name into the sky with comets. He twisted prayers to echo Olean tones that praised him. He built temples from the bones of stars and choked them with incense made from forgotten dreams. And then came the choir, 1,000 beings birthed from shards of his own divine ribs, made to sing his virtues in harmonies so perfect they made mortal hearts rupture from joy. But they do not sing of creation, or grace, or peace. They sang of him, his strength, his wisdom, his beauty, each verse louder than the last, each note laced with madness. I watched him swell with his own sound until there was no room for silence, no room for dissent, no room for love, only reverence. He strangled his own compassion with gold-threaded arrogance. His followers, once nurtured with mercy, became monuments of ash. burned for daring to weep when he demanded applause. He tore apart his own angels for hesitating to cheer, and all the while he called it balance. He called it sunshine. But I saw the truth. The good God was beginning to fester like silence held too long. And then, what dusk that never ended. He turned to me. Yes, he saw me, his last unsung witness, his reflection without devotion. And he said, "Why do not sing?" And I replied with only this: "Because I loved you most when you were quiet." He screamed then, not a roar, but a keening, hollow cry, an echo of the God he once was. And in that scream, he began to unmake himself, not from fury, but from grief. The choir shattered, the temples bled stars, the ash became rain, and the sky forgot his name. Now I walk through the husk of his realm, where echoes of him still hum in the quiet sound of broken things. Sometimes I hear the softest notes, a breath of the first song he ever sang. It drifts through ruins like a child's hum, trembling and half forgotten. And I wonder, perhaps the good in him wasn't destroyed. Perhaps it is still singing quietly beneath the rubble of a name that became louder than the God who wore it. Perhaps it was lost to a creature greater than him. And as time would resume, you would watch as in this fraction of a split of a second, all of the same fragments that had been pulled onto Machina once more returned to their original place, the ink spreading, becoming enveloped in its own right as you hold the lighter, as you hold the ability, as you hold Machina's life in your hands. He was a god too beautiful.
As the soldier stares at him momentarily, the mostly destroyed pieces of him scattered. Ashes, no ink, splattered. Like a painting on white canvas almost, even. You were promised a dance, yes?
That is what you
As
promised.
it wasn't Callan Godric. One been shouting. Wasn't even the Edwin from moments before. It seemed as if time almost turned back on itself. As he raises the lighter with his hand, he takes Machina's in it. Dance. Burning one. Orange embers lighting the room like a fire-bell tulip, its petals dancing around. As he tries to take his other hand, perhaps Machina's gloves slip, that ink burning away, the mask falling apart. A dance. One shared only for a moment.
Machina's body began to envelop this ember, spreading up and down. Ink is highly flammable. It starts from his hand and moves up to his torso, spreading across the other arms as Luke.
What are you doing? Why are you caring for this thing? Doesn't deserve to be here.
The
One of
flames.
these other things.
The flames spread more, going from up its torso all the way down both of his legs. As it begins to slowly spread, it's halting its progression when it reaches his collarbone.
Edwin still held its hand in that moment, turning it slightly, the flames dipping and bowing with each small move. Edwin wasn't afraid of the flames being burnt even. Edwin Beetlebarb was a man who kept his promises and meant them when he made them.
Whatever you bring back with you, don't let it be the calamity that took me. As with that, the flames went up his collarbone, went up to his neck, and once it reached the top of his head, like a plume of smoke, all of the ink dissipated at once. The mask collected itself in pixelated parts as the smiling mask dropped onto the floor with two cartoonishly sized white gloves on top of it. It rattled and clanked against the wood. You all return to the environment of Machina's office. You would see as the desk sat in front of you, as the smell of coffee still lingered in the air. The mask and the gloves sitting at Callan's feet. On the desk, as your vision narrows in, it would be a file. One having each of your names, as at the very top of it, breaking news, Stillheoul genocide. Each of your names respectively would be on it, as you would hear the slight creak, a secret door in the back of the room, as it opens slightly, pulling back with that. As you can see a faint white. No, not faint white. This faint black. As it would sort of go outward. Like a shadow. You five are taking a 5-minute break because I'm getting emotional. I just killed my favorite character.
Holy shit.
Damn, I'm still on the floor.
Oh my god, his dance. At least.
Yeah.
Cocaine is one hell of a drug, guys.
We're back.
Cocaine is one hell of a drug.
Well. Well.
You're snorting it, dude.
boys.
You're snorting it, dude.
Okay. So thoughts for now?
Pretty baller. Not gonna lie. Give it that 10 out of 10.
Yeah.
Fuck. I'm loving this.
To the viewer.
I'm
Mhm.
loving this. I wish I did
So while
more,
you
but
are
holy
viewing,
but
you better
holy
like,
shit.
you better give me your whole fucking bank account, or give a Pongline your whole fucking bank account right now.
I got 1 crow in. I'm happy.
Another body for the slaughter.
Chilling.
Alright, I temporarily turned off stream audio. I'm gonna miss Machina. Bro. This is my official PSA. Machina is never, ever, 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 ever returning in one of my roleplays. I am putting the name and the mask to rest. Fucking 6 years? Definitely before Venture. Women for the light is everybody. You know, that's a great idea. Why is Boogie not? Why is Boogie not? Okay, I'm gonna go get a snacky poo. We'll resume at 25. Sound good, everyone? So, how we all feeling? How we all feeling, chat? We got one more big scene, and this saga's finally ending tonight. We got one more big scene, and this saga's ended tonight. Session 4. Session 4. Yeah. Yeah, no, Stillheoul is actually ending. I killed Machina, guys. The exam. No. Oh my god. Clover changed her status to the first stage of grieving. Okay. There's 25. We all here, baby girls? Okay, fine. I'll let you hear the melody. Alright, that was the end of the song. Please don't. Please never speak like that again. Alright, you're getting banned. Alright, and opening stream audio again. Welcome back. We open right back up to where we were to refresh the last scene. You sit in Machina's office. It was previously inhabited. Ash now spread across the room. The campfire that was previously lit now no longer. The iron bars of the chimney now no longer glowing as they were. No more smoke in the chimney as it was no longer burning. The brick outline in the wooden walls still that fine dark furnish. The cup of coffee by now on Machina's desk was no longer steaming. The fire of dance concluded. Despite the loss of self, at least your wish has been concluded. I leave you 5 in this room now.
I'm assuming I'm still on the ground, just not conscious.
You're on the ground,
Luke.
but you regain consciousness.
Luke would be looking at his palms, imaging what that was he felt. That other person, that thing. Would clench his fist.
Pardon me.
No, I'm talking about Theodore. I look up. There's a doorway, correct?
Yes, it seems like a secret pathway, and
Just-
the wooden walls, it seemed to open up into this slight bit of darkness.
Just as we started this session, Luke would make his way first in, looking at the file, but didn't want to look at it. Maybe it was a motion of maybe respect or so. But who knows, as he would just walk in. If anyone else wants to take it, you can. But, yeah, he's just walking in. He's going to be the first to walk in.
I would like to linger back. As Bernhard, seeing the cabinets, the books, the anything really, I would like to actually hang back and, explore a little bit. They've been caught up with this whole side section of story, or so called, to the point where they forgot the element of exploration. I would like to explore for a little bit, seeing if anything intrigues, like any book titles, any like papers that might have like symbolic messaging. I don't know.
In the room, it seemed to be enveloped with, well, every book on the bookshelf seemed to be the exact same book. The memoir of... You never learned his last name, did you guys? No one recalls it? The memoir of Machina Yushan Wang. A lot of the book seemed to copy itself. Though that was the main one you saw, there was others like The Craft of the Radio, Showmanship, Moby Dick, stuff like that.
Was there any papers that had anything interesting?
Besides the papers on his desk that had all of your previous names on them, no.
Okay.
I've been gone a moment.
Yen's door would look over to Caldwin. What are you doing in your area right now with your little lighter and your Ed Ink Man being dead? What are you up to over there?
He flicked the lighter closed and said there was the mask and gloves in front of him, yeah?
Yes.
And for a moment, quietly, maybe. Not taking too much attention to himself. Of course, Cans was looking at him. He pulled out a dried flower. One from his pocket. It was slightly crumpled. And one of its petals had fallen off as he picked it out. Sifting to the ground, the rest of the flower quickly followed it atop the mask, leaving it alone. Before sighing, closing the lighter and slipping it away. Said there were files on the desk?
Hold on. Ian's door would look to this self-servingly poetic gesture before his eyes shift to the face of Cowin. If I recall correctly, he asked for a dance, did he not?
Yeah. Yeah, he did.
He tilts his head slightly. Have we always been so quick to violence? He gazes steadily down toward the floorboard where the ink, the mask, the gloves would have once been, recollecting that moment in his mind. Dance could have meant anything. And then there was a sudden escalation on behalf of none other than the crew, which seemed to have been the catalyst for him to rile up himself. Him being Machina.
We're soldiers.
His brow furrows.
He turned away from him, at least on the side that wasn't bloodied. With slight dripping from the cut on his head. We're soldiers.
So
That's
we
the
are.
choices we've made.
Yen's door. Dave. God damn it. Yen's door turns away from this, his expression seemingly undecided, somewhat somber, as he looks over toward the desk and would proceed towards it to look down upon the file.
Looking down the pile, you would see 5 papers lined up. As previously described, each one of them had a different one of your names, whether it be Edwin, Kent, or... But at the top of it, it would all be the same. Breaking news! Stillheoul genocide! When you look down more at it, it goes into detail about the city of Kemba, the illustrious city. Today is your motherfucker Dynamite speaking. First up, Kemba had recently... Next up, on some better news, some of the magical beasts. Lastly, I gotta say one more time, the fuse of life is so short, so go out with a pop, my listeners.
Yen's door would, after skimming for a moment, look back toward his crew, doing as they did in distance. Stage play. I fear we're teetering violently on the edge of character assassination. He would look back to the desk as he picks up his file, beginning to give it a closer look, but not before saying, perhaps we should put an end to this before it trails on too long.
You said you gave your file
Yes,
a bit of a closer look?
He is closely inspecting his file now. He's picked it up. He's taken a gander.
Gandor. I don't remember much of what happened to this toaster before he had met the likes of Edwin. Could you tell us a bit about it?
Are you asking about his travels or the deep lore?
The deep lore.
Now, should this be framed as a newspaper segment?
It should.
Andor's human eyes would frisk over the document as he bring it open. It would be, similarly to his past experiences, segmented news clippings put together, seemingly drawn from different newspapers from all over the world, connected loosely at the seams, seemingly with no specific place to be around the page. However, explicitly all in themselves a mark of where they once were. However, strangely enough, the clippings come together to read coherent sentences, as it reads. Breaking news. Boy dies of strange magical disease in Eldwood. Father locks himself away. Status unknown. Are you changing the music, or is that a purposeful pause?
No, go ahead. Continue.
Insdoor's eyes would harden a bit as his brow furrows. With heavy heart and clovered hand, we find it unfortunate to bring to you all the news of one of this town's more respected clinical doctors, magical healers, and the tragedy that has recently befallen his family. Dr. Clyde Elmsdale, one of the descendants of the founding fathers of Elmwood itself, has recently found himself alone at the loss of his wife and child. It is common knowledge to the rest of Elmwood that Dr. Eldwist's son had struggled with a strange illness that was born of an anomalous black magic spot out in the deep woodlands. And while Dr. Eldwest had gone on many trips to attempt to find a cure for his son, it appears that, to this day, none were fruitful. It is known to the clergy and the rest of the town that Dr. Eldwest has submitted himself to the family life, a loving father, as much as he was a loving physician to those who were in his care. However, you may remember that recently he had stolen away from his work for a personal matter. We now report that that personal matter was in the newspaper. It seems to drift off as almost another article is clipped in. Doctor seemingly subtly ripped himself away from society, only to barricade himself in his house with his magic. In fact, his magic, and this reporter believes from stale sources, that he had kept the dead body of his own son locked away in a freezer, like a homemade morgue. Furthermore, it is believed that the doctor was experimenting with therefore unheard of magic on new types of strange metals, which are subtly believed by other stale sources to be firmly illegal in the eyes of the clergy, as the newspaper breaks off again. For years. However, unfortunately, Dr. Eldwest reportedly came to no effective solution, no matter how long he spent attempting to find a cure. 4 years to the date of his son losing the battle against the Black Death, it seems he has given up his purpose to bring new life to his son. Instead, it appears that the doctor has taken on to a new purpose, continuing to study the Black Death which took his child. To this, reports from the locals have heard that his closest neighbors have found that he has assembled a Goliath, that is, a golem, made from magic, with the express purpose of searching the world for a cure, so that those like his son may not have to suffer as the child did. As the newspaper drifts into something more personal, it is blank white paper that has been written on, a journal entry perhaps, and it is in opaque cursive. Shaky handwriting, but nearly perfected, perhaps as if an older person who was fluent was trying to write. Date is marked out, but it reads something the 14th, and the year is also uncertain as it proceeds. In these dying days, I find myself at a loss for words. Looking back on my life, I do not know whether I made the right choices. Whether my path was the one that was intended for me by the Lord above, or whatever else may have its hand on the chess piece that I am. As I look back, I recall fond memories. My wife, Clarissa, her shining smile outside my window under the spotlight of gold sunbeam. Even during her pregnant days, she would dance as she did on stage, a natural actor in any segment of her life. I miss her much, but I understand, my Clarissa, the mistake I made in blockading myself in my grief. I hope, after all these years, whether you be on this earth or not, that you had found your happiness with Perhaps another man, perhaps the Lord, perhaps than yourself. My purpose was not that of the Father anymore. As I look further back in this memoir, which will go unread, I recall my young boy, Aiden. I do not know why the Lord chose to send you into that black wood. All I know, that in these dying hours, I wish to say once more that I love you. Though you may not be here for me to say it to your face, for you have taken a new form. In that dark magical adepti, might they not know it, I found a way for you to walk again, even after the Black Death took your legs. For you, wave again after the death took your arms. For you to smile again after it severed the muscles in your face. Some would call it a coffin, a cold, steel shell that could never house a soul. I damn them all. For my boy. Now that I have sent you out into the world, as you are now, you are so much more than you were before. So much more than the cold metal thing that they will refer to you as. Inside of you, be it made of steel or elsewise, is the same beating heart you had in the flesh. The same wonder for the world that you held as a boy. It is not something that I have given much thought to myself, but as I feel the strength in my hand drifting away from me, I would like to make a final note with which to myself for reaffirmation. Something I have considered rather silly at this point. Something I think is meaningful nonetheless. The name. You would sit under that oak tree, the one we attached the tire to, for hours, with your book, and you would read. And when it wasn't you flipping the page, it was your mother or me at your behest in the darkness of your room as you were to linger to sleep. You love that story. About the knight who traveled the world in search of downturned souls, and in every situation bringing the light to their lives again. Somehow in the back of my aging mind, I know that even in this new form, just as you would have in the flesh, will emulate that night. You will find those downtrodden souls, and you will bring them the light, so to speak, just as your mother did to me. That is why I chose the name. The Night. Candor. It ends unsigned, with a period. And as it does, the text finishing, Jens's eyes rapidly blink. There's a feeling in his gut. Can't quite place it. It is something opaquely foreign to him now. But his head slightly lifts from the file, his eyes staring forward as he brings his index finger to almost crack the file like a door as he lets its cover fall over it again. He's speechless. But after a moment, his expression turns to one that is somber again, as his eyes turn down to the file. His index finger slipping out as he takes a deep breath. And sets it back down on the table. Doesn't move from that spot.
No.
By his side, though he may have been in consumption from reading passages, Cal Edwin, whatever you wish to call him, was there. His bad side facing you. He couldn't really see so well due to the blood in his eye, but he stood there.
Yen's head would turn slightly, his eyes shifting over to Edwin. There is a gaze that someone can give you that states to you that they are in a moment of both revelation, listlessness, loss, and the attempt to move on despite it. And for the first time in your sailing life, you might be able to say that you see something complex, uncertain, in the once machine's face. But he does not speak.
The sailor turns to him. A pillar. That's what Candor was, really. A steady ground, a final point. A shield. He didn't think it was in him to be broken. And he didn't think that was in Candor now. And as Edwin turns to Candor, though his form may be new, his eyes not the one of which originally saw him as a friend, a companion. He looked at him.
He looks back down to the desk.
Raising an arm up, he put it on his shoulder. Slowly leaning in with the other. Not entirely sure of his own doing, but he embraced him. A hug, to call it simply. It was short, but with this body of his, the unfamiliar one. The embrace was a steadying one. Edwin, he wasn't the kind for long words, wasn't good at it. But he didn't want to tell his friend to just move on. At least not for now. It was okay to stay in that moment. if only for a moment.
Captain. The voice of Yen speaks out rather weakly. You believe that every story should have an end? His lips tense and his eyes widen starkly. A bit of moisture welling up at the sides.
Our lives. They are short things. Painful, even. But that is the short of it. Our lives are filled with so many things. And so if they end, then it is good to remember what there was to love of it. A good thing does not come of its length, but of its quality, and the time spent within it. 1,000 little moments, rising like the waves of an ocean. Those stories end. Their words are carried on by that sea of moments.
He takes in 2 hard sniffs as a tear drops down from his eye, slowly skating its way down his cheek. I would very much like go back to rest.
Pulled him tighter for a moment before moving away, hands still on the tops of his arms, just below the shoulders, as he looked into him. That one piercing eye, the other covered in blood. It was a comforting expression on his face, maybe a slight twitching on the right side.
Meanwhile, Yen's expression was starkly different. His eyes were as wide as they could go. Tears were escaping it silently. His nose was crinkled in an ugly fashion. And his jaw was clenched. It was the expression of someone tortured, who realized that they had no way out.
Oh, my friend. There is a place we must go. It is the shores. I do not know what waits for us there. But I know there is an ocean, and it is vast. And in it, we will be freed.
Close the book, Captain.
Somewhere beyond the sea, That's what's waiting out there for you and me. May our stories drift in that ocean evermore. Candor.
Jens stands for a moment more, allowing you to embrace him. Before taking a firm step back, untangling himself from your arms, if they were.
Yeah.
His expression unchanging. As he lifts the hand of Jens, the thumb and index finger, to wipe away at the tears falling down his face. You would not believed you could see his face. You would have never believed you could have seen his face this red without the application of paint. But there it was. Candor with a face. However, of course, as candor as ever, as he simply, but suddenly, turns his head somewhat to the side, as if to shield it. I need a moment. Captain. He takes another sniff before, without even allowing you to get another word in, as if in escaping. He sharply turns and begins to step off toward one of the bookcases at the far end of the room, wherein it is furthest from the others. You are perceptive. You see the way he walks. It is an incredible imitation of stalwart fearlessness. As he steps away from the counter, leaving his file completely not barren, but completely alone on the table, as with the rest of them together.
Edwin glances at his bosun, right hand. Left, rather. As he walks away, there's a strange feeling to him. As he looks down at the folder, opening his. So far as words go, there aren't many to be had within it. No, it's scraps of papers, drinking tickets, stubs, a payment request from a shipyard. No, there aren't many words at all. What there is, though, is pictures, drawings, heaps of them. Early ones with rough sketches, hard to even say quite what they were, but slowly they began to come defined. Drawings of others. 3 men standing on a port, overlooking what seemed to be the rough sketch of some military ship. And picture of one of those 3 men again. The edges, slightly burnt, charred, with some water on them. He flipped past them, moving through the pages. There were notes, diagnostics of a ship, center hull cracking. The line work was rough, loose, shaky. Lines cut over and over. Most were simply of the ship, the sea and the sky, storms, but there was one distinct thing. The back of these pictures, on the end of one of them, seemed to be two sets of the same repeating sentence. The quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. The top one had the same sort of shaky line work as was seen before, but the bottom was much more rough. As if whoever was holding the pencil didn't quite know how to write. Lines were repeated over and over, repeating. Turn the page. Next it was signatures. E. Beetlebarb. And below it started with a K. It was hard to tell. The cursive was rough. As it continued along, more letters began to be defined. Kismet was the name. And again, there were drawings. But this time, it wasn't of some boat, or building, or sky, or sea. No, this one was just like the others from before. The three figures, no, but this time there were 7. A giant machine. The markings of a knight. Stood by the side of a half-drawn figure. This one not so focused on as the others, as it's very easy to move your mind straight to the next one, a machine. A little bit of smoke hissing from its mouth, some strange blob, ink stain by its foot. The man with a falchion, a great sword, hung by his side. He had a long hair, somewhat crooked nose, and a smile, the kind held on thin lips. Of course, on the shoulders of the knight, there was a child, demon horns, clothes that didn't look like they quite fit her, similarly worn to the half-drawn figure. The last one standing next to that figure, the half-drawn one, was a priest. His eyes had been covered. And most in detail was a necklace hung around and slung low. He wore loose clothes, comforting ones, one would imagine. In the distance, there was another one of those demons, far less drawn and seemingly an afterthought, just sketched in. Below it all was the journal entry. Of course, with the picture being the more notable one, it was easy to ignore the entry, but as thus it did state, This is how I'd imagine my crew to be. The best of the best, the closest I've found in this town of Blost. It has been recently destroyed, and I thought it good to put my drawing skills that I've made in this journal to work. Though I may not truly see us all gathered like this again, these people drawn, I wish I had gotten a photo with them. As I tell them to scrub the decks or stay on a crow's watch, I don't know what to say to them. How to properly thank them for pulling me out of the miasma I live in, for letting me forget about this angel in my head. The screaming of the ocean swallowing the sky. No, these people, I don't know what to say to them. Do I tell them I love them? Do I tell them how I care? No, I just silently hope that we'll be able to meet all like this, maybe one day, once more, and get a photo like this. Candor by my side, Faith and Alva there with me. Kira, Kismet, my family. It's the end of the file. Nothing else is within it, but Edwin pauses for a moment as he looks at it, taking that last page and turning toward Candor. Folded it up, slowly lumbering over the thud of that prosthetic leg, clearly alerting his presence, that gait that he always had. The slight shudder in every step, yet each one made with some kind of confidence. He walked up to him.
At this moment, he sits in a velvety old reading chair in the corner of the room, one of which a dead man might have sat in once, but he sits with his elbows planted at his knees and his hand held over his head, contemplating, seemingly, perhaps in grief. Doesn't quite see you. His head is faced toward the floor as you approach.
He shifts the folded paper in between his two fingers, his bad side, hand reaching out, that folded paper in tow. I ask not now, but soon we must go onward. The shore waits for us, too. And I'd like to have my crew there.
His head tilts up slightly. He doesn't quite meet your eyes, but his gaze is now somber and tired. However, he gives you a firm, assertive nod.
I'd call this a gift, but it's simply something to reminisce on in the moments we have. I know you'll be by my side when you're ready for it. At ease, Candor.
Captain. If I recall correctly, you extended the drawing to him.
Yes.
He takes this, and while he still doesn't quite meet your eyes, he unfolds it and looks it over.
The captain had already walked away to this point.
As you proceed, he doesn't quite fold it back up. He seemingly looks over it for the foreseeable future. I say seemingly one more time, I want one of you to shoot me.
Taking a moment to reminisce what happened from chaos to calm in a mere instant, something that never happens. It's just pierces with silence. Now, let's say the table or whatever, the desk is vacant. Am I correct?
Yes.
As I look at the desk, looking through the piles of names, one seems to call out, one that seems to be strewn differently. The one that calls to faith. With that similar lining of breaking news, he just reads.
When you read, you enter this atmosphere not seen before. Mortal flame. The voice is familiar to you, though never explicitly heard. You remember it like the back of your hand. A voice, it told you sometimes what to do. It gave you power. It bound to your body. Mortal flame. You bruise yourself, chasing the warmth of others. Stretch your hands towards hands that will not hold you. Beg for eyes that glance past you. Bow beneath voices that were never meant to crown you. But hear me. No law of existence commands that they must like you. No star has decreed that they must love you. Not even respect is owed to your name. And still, you stagger, as though their silence were a verdict, as though their rejection were a noose. Child of dust, do you not see? The only gaze that cannot be escaped is the one waiting in the mirror. It waits each morning, patient, merciless, eternal. If you do not cherish that reflection, the world will make a graveyard of your soul. So cleanse the glass with your defiance. Stand before it and breathe as though you were worth the air, because you are. Kiss your scars with gratitude, for they are proof that you have not vanished. Let your own eyes be the first to love you. Let your own voice be the first to forgive you. The crowd may howl, the chorus may fall silent. The ones you hunger for may never arrive. The hunt may never end for your head. But if you can stand before the mirror and whisper, I am enough, I am mine, I am loved by the only one who must remain, then no exile, no betrayal, no grave of friendship will undo you. For what is the judgment of strangers to the infinite vow of your own hearts? Learn it now. You are not a plea waiting for permission. You are not a shadow begging for flame. You are the flame. And when you burn for yourself, no darkness can claim you.
Reading through those lines, the poetic poem that lays before him Tensions rise as others release, entirely enveloped in this world of the poem. You can't help but just let go. Fuck. I've been so blind. Why did I never say I was enough? Why did I never say? Why did I have to read it to say I am the flame? I always told myself I could do better. I could see through people. Yet I've been so blind. Blind. I wanted to change, but nothing would. Except realizing it too late. I am enough. I am the flame. I am. I will be enough. I will do as the text says. Nothing will stop me. Not even through. Not even. Not. I'll cherish what it says. I will not rely on others. I've been betrayed too many times. I'm willing to let go. I am willing to let go through it all. Nothing will stop me. Nothing will light out the flame. Nothing will extinguish. God damn it! Oh. The eyes of the vampire would blur as he just felt dumbfounded. It feels so blurry yet clear at the same time. It's kind of a laughing matter. Why have I been so blind? It should be so clear. Having friends is nice and all, but relying on them, oh, what a mistake.
Is that truly what you think, Faith?
I don't know what to feel. Okay.
It may have not been in this life, but in that story, I loved you, the same as I loved Alva. You were loud, quiet, and had such silent fervor within you. I'd always found it beautiful.
I admired your confidence in return. The way you just persist and go onwards. You always said onwards, onward. It brings more fuel to the fire of the heart.
There's nowhere for us to go. I know that when we reach that shore, it will be the end of us.
Will it all be for the sweet satisfying of a happy ending?
There's no ending happier than the one you make for yourself.
Yeah.
Faith, I will not ask you to go with me. I only ask that you make the decision that you feel is right. And that's
Go ahead.
And that's for everyone. I may have been your captain or your friend. I may have tried to speak with you words of onward, these things to make us go all forward together as a crew, as a family, even. I cannot truly ask that you follow me into this abyss that I know waits. If you wish to live, or find a way to live, then you should do so. And be your own person, even if it's in a world that isn't your own anymore. Everyone in this room, everyone who lived that world that is now gone deserves at least that. But life is cruel. And I cannot forsake the life of one more person. I'll be going to that shore now.
With my own judgment, I follow you. Clear as day. There hasn't been one where I felt confident to go on my own with someone else. I've just been blindly following like a dog. But this one's different. I am willing to follow you with my own judgment side by side as buddies one last time. I loved you for the way you've been. I loved him, pointing to Candor, for the way he influenced people. I love myself for the way of my persistence. The way I was able to maintain that fire within me. I am grateful, even though it's not my own, to be thankful for having this one moment to cherish and to finally think clear. Now, what do you say? Should we go towards the shore one last time?
As Edwin looks back at his crew, he can't speak the same for that of the other two, but as he looked toward them, pride in his eye, his faithful crew. There were too many words to say, and yet only one would work. His mouth was opened quietly. Onward. As Edwin would walk through the door, leaving this place behind.
Andor would come to stand from the seat he was in. He would take one last good look at the paper. And he would roll it up. He would set his pen aside, notably, before looping the paper into the sling with Jens's pole. He would step toward the door, looking into that black abyss, then looking back at the rest of the room. A look of silent contemplation over his face, the one that you give to a house as you are about to leave it for the last time as you move. He looks off to the side and nods, once, firmly, decidedly, and silently. As he turns to the black abyss of the door and makes his choice. Stepping through. Going onward.
Oh, 07. We regain consciousness as y'all are leaving the room. He would pick himself up and shake his head, trying to remember what happened. He looks around, there's no one in sight. Gets up, he looks at the desk. This desk having 2 folders that haven't been opened. He reads one for Theodore, he reads the other that says Therefore. He picks up this folder off the table and looks at it, and seeing the headline that says Breaking News and the rest of that. He opens it and there's a flood of pictures of a man in a portrait of some kind of noble family. Obviously painstakingly drawn with a family of red hair and green eyes, dwarves. Another photo of a man, maybe a teenager of sorts, tinkering on tools in some kind of lavish workshop. Another photo of a man shaking a hand right in front of a mine, getting ownership. A company was born that day. Another photo of a man in a tuxedo or wedding attire with a whole town being present, with a bride by his side walking down. Another photo of a man with a family, a son to his left and a daughter in his hands, and a wife to his side in front of a house. Pretty big house of some sorts. And then another photo. Unlike all the others, this photo is of a man sitting there crying on the ground as a burning building is in front of him. As shown, he is beating the dirt, cursing. The next photo is shown of a man at a bar, drinking, fighting. Many headlines shown that says, crazed man at bars. Fighting all are there. Another photo of a man walking away blood-stained from a burning village in the background. All of these photos show of a story, a therefore a rack chucker, or Azar, your choice. This 07's mask would start to have gray streaks across it, hands of anger and resentment. He flips the paper. There's just a small burnt piece of paper on the other side of the file. He grabs this paper. He flips it. What resembles of an old drawing of a family. Very horrible in a drawing. He drops it as he starts to cry. This photo or drawing starts to fall down in the air, going right, left, and left. Eventually, hitting the table, face up. He sits there, his knees give in as he falls. For a few minutes, he sits there crying. A man who once knew a past of much happiness. A man who is broken. A man who desires to be once whole. Then he remembers a conversation a long time ago. His wife, his kids. He remembers. He gains strength, and once those knees have bent, he grabs this photo, looks at it. He looks in the air. Memories are made to be remembered. Things are happening in the past. As long as you can go forward, you can survive. As a crooked smile hits across his face. He grabs this photo, this drawing. He looks over to Machina's gloves and mask and the flower. He gently places this photo or drawing on that pile. He gives a nod as he wipes the gray streaks off the mask he wears. And he starts standing tall, a man of strength, a man who never will forget, a man that will be forgiven. He walks out towards the gray to the black door of Abyss. He walks out proud of what he has done. He walks out with vigor. That's where I like to end the scene.
As each individual face, each individual person, each individual body.
What about you now?
What about
Did
it?
Theodore do his?
What about it now?
What? I didn't hear what? What was said?
I'll explain. Just give me a moment. In this next moment, watch each individual face had disappeared, leaving the mask, the gloves, the microphone's dust, the memoirs and memories of Machina, the memories of your past lives, or maybe you took it with you. Whilst people were reminiscing, a scene unveils in front of us. You know, you were the first to leave by a long shot.
Oh yeah, it was. Oh yeah.
Oh, I completely forgot you left already. Shit.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, shit.
When you step into this black void, you find yourself lost for a second. It feels weird. It feels unnatural. It feels like something is latching onto your body like a slime or a mucus or
Weird.
but your legs keep moving the same way in which they had previously. As eventually you feel yourself butt against something, hit something. Your hand naturally, as if it was meant to be, lands on a doorknob. You can feel it, but you can't see it.
A door? Oh.
Doorknob.
Yeah, I'm about to open it. Nowhere else to go as he feels this doorknob as he opens, so are twisting the doorknob. Does it open?
It does. As you begin to pull it outwards towards you, you have to physically move the sludge as it's not heavy, but it's sticky. It makes it to where it's almost an endurance battle. You have to pull as it spills inward. You were used to this darkness by now, as you get flooded with these orange and yellow and just bright lights, candles across the nearby area. As you open up to this atmosphere, you hear people talking, you hear a piano playing, a triangle twanging. When you open up to this, it's somewhere that seems familiar, but not to Luke. Still in the back of your head, you have that slight feeling you're still affected by these hallucinogens, but you, Luke, know where you are. As when you open up to this area, it seems to be this floral environment. You see vines across the nearby area. You see boarded up windows that are now covered in, once more, vines, algae. Across the ground that would usually be a wooden floor or maybe something stone, it's pure grass, overgrowth. It's been taken over by nature. You see stools and tables with alcohols and liquors, but in these stools, you see posed skeletons. It seems that the voices are coming from these bodies, whether they have bits of rotted flesh on them, whether they have strands of hair, whether they have an eye hanging out, or maybe they left a liver. They were mostly bone, but they weren't completely. They seem to be positioned at these tables as if they were having a lovely conversation and drinking coffee, maybe reading a book or writing in a journal. As when you look up to the bar, once more you get this deja vu in the back of your head hitting you, as with pink hair and black horns, you hear, "Welcome back to the Gypsum Cafe. Seems our time's running a little thin. You folks seem to have won the game of hide and seek." You see the bartender, standing a little over 6 feet, maybe the height of Jens or somewhere in that area. Skeletal tattoos all the way up his body, outlining where they would be under his flesh and skin. 2 ram-like horns on his head, with that pink short hair that barely went past his eyes. A cross necklace and a cross earring in his right ear, as he seems to be cleaning out a partially broken mug.
What is this place? What is this?
Well, it's your last stop, I'll say that.
My
Time's almost
last
up.
stop?
You remember why you're here, don't you?
He would shake his head.
Survive 12 hours, meet him back on the beach, pass your exam.
Are you a... Are you a examiner?
No, doll. I'm a seeker, technically. I should be engaging in this little
says go to
hide and
bed.
seek.
All right.
Welcome to my humble little cafe, though. I ain't got the time to capture any of you, so take this as a resting place. I'll keep you safe from the outside. You don't want to go out there. Not anymore. Not after that red parade.
The Red Parade?
The red parade.
But there... Do you know anything about this Oni, this man at all?
Oni.
Looked like one.
Last Oni I knew, I killed for this cafe. Name was Atson. You looking to kill an Oni too?
Looking to protect one. And if he isn't here, then I would like to leave.
I really wouldn't recommend going outside till sunrise. Creeps get out there. Not the kind of creeps that'll touch you, though. No. The creepies is what I call them.
Luke knew the Oni might have, well, anything could happen to him, but he had to know. He decided on it. And again, he would ask, where do I leave?
The door opens in 5 minutes. You can go out to the back. Leads to the beach. There ain't another way out till that door opens and I disappear.
All right. Thank you very much.
If you want, you can take a look around if you're interested in this red parade. Upstairs, you'll find some. Or you can
As
wait.
he would do so, he would look around.
Again, in this area, it seemed to be filled with, once more, the skeletal bodies that were propped up as if they were in a casual cafe environment. As when you say you would like to, he nods his head to the right, sort of motioning to the staircase that led up to the second floor of the cafe. Up the staircase, you saw a couple more of these skeletons as they were in motion, as if they were going up the staircase, whilst they turned into these skeletal statues. Go on, take one of the lanterns from the tables.
He would do so, taking one of the lanterns.
It was hefty in your hand, made out of metal and glass, as the fire inside of it seemed to be burning off of what was maybe dried leather. Regardless, you would take a couple steps up the staircase, your feet hitting hard against this wood that was overgrown with thatch and weeds and grass. As once you disappear from our sights, that's when our other four would emerge. This is when you other four would make it through this goop, make it through this substance, make it through and each grab your own individual doorknob, piling up at the same door as you emerge one by one, the same order in which you had exited the other room. As each time you hear that familiar "Welcome back to the Gypsum Cafe." Something that Luke wouldn't have noticed, that you four would instead notice. On the bar of, well, the Gypsum Cafe where Levi was standing, where Leviathan was standing, you saw this sort of foreign, exotic species of spiders. It maintains sharp, thorny limbs and an armored sack. Its teeth would drip with venom, and its glow is denoted from beneath the skin of its sack. The second animal you would see is almost at his side, like a companion. A foreign, exotic species of wolf that travels alongside him. Beneath the folds of its fur and under its eyes, warm fire-like glows emanate from its body. It had a little collar and a name tag. Odin, the Beowulf. I'll open the floor to you four.
So, let me reconfirm. This is the cafe.
This is the Gypsum
Is there-
Cafe.
Is there anything I scanned?
That's what I thought. Okay.
Is there anything I... Oh, yeah. Is there anything I catch? Is there anything to my interest around me?
Not immediately. Beside, the skeletons propped up in their chairs, besides the boarded up windows, besides the faint glow of orange and yellow behind the bartender, that is a door leading out to, presumably, what you can see from the tiny slotted glass. You see water.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Did you mute or something?
No?
As soon as you said a tiny slide glass, it was just you didn't say anything else.
So when you look through the tiny slide of glass, you see this like shimmering effect, almost as if water.
Is there a hallway, or is there anything else?
There's a
To this building.
staircase to Levi's right as he motions you forward to come sit. Come on. We barely got any time left. Y'all hiders passed, in my opinion.
Jensdor would step forward, scanning the room before noticing. Holy shit, my dog! Does it react to Jensdor at all, or is it just chilling?
It does. How would you like your dog to react?
The Beowulf would slowly approach Jensdor. It wouldn't be immediately noticeable at first. It almost begins approaching him like he's prey. And as it does, Jensdor stands and looks, waiting and waiting, or gets close enough and it sniffs at his leg. Looks up, stares, and gives a slight growl, its teeth clenched. As Jens drops his knees slightly and lets his arms out. My girl! It's good to see you! He says, as that fang would twirl around twice and leap up slightly, its monstrous jaw opening with those sharp teeth to look at him. Slobbering on his face, frankly, as it wraps its arms over his shoulder, standing up slightly, before he lets it back down and stands straight up himself. Finally, something positive out of this entire mess.
I found those little creatures. Thought they might be someone's. Yours?
You look over. Creatures, yes, but friends, more importantly. Family. He says slowly as he gets close to the puppy's head again with a sentimental look on his face, and by puppy I mean Cerberus, as he scratches at the side of its gaping maw again.
So that means you're the one that Candor possessed / got inside him.
You're aware of our circumstance.
Am I correct?
You are.
I am aware of your circumstance. The mug that he'd been cleaning out would soon get filled with tap beer, rotating and twisting it and sloshing it left and right as to make sure not to overfoam it. As he would turn around once more, now with a letter in hand. I got a message for you, Candor. You want to hear it?
A message from who?
Don't got a name.
Look to the pup again and then look back.
If it matters, it was on the collar of that pup when I found her.
Very well then. If it is titled for me, then let us hear it.
He would nod, slamming the jug of beer down onto the table. The music around and the chatter from the skeletons seemed to stop as once more your perception of time began to slow. Did you think I wouldn't notice you lingering in the quiet, resting in the illusion of safety, wrapped in the soft lie that there will always be more time? You are not the first to hesitate at the edge of your own life, staring into the abyss of your own potential and whispering, "Not yet." You call it waiting Call it preparation. Call it not the right time. As if time were a thing you could tame. A creature that waits for you like a loyal dog. But time is not yours. It belongs to nothing and no one. Not even me. It moves, ceaseless and cruel, stripping flesh from bone, turning mountains to dust, unraveling every promise you whisper to yourself about tomorrow. You think you have tomorrows left. How charming. I have seen your kind before, lingering in doorways of their own making. 1 foot in the life they could have, 1 foot in the life they fear losing. You tell yourself there will be a perfect moment, an alignment of stars, a version of yourself that finally feels ready. But there is no perfect moment. There is no ideal version of you waiting at the end of your excuses. There's only what you do and what you don't. And the one who don't, oh, I remember them well. Their regrets are weighty things. They linger long after the body is gone. I do not mean in some poetic, tragic way. I mean literally. They pile up thick as dust, heavy as stone, pressing down into the earth long after the flesh has rotted. I step over them when I walk. I wade through them like a river. I listen to their voices, their if onlys, and I wish I hads, swirling like dead leaves caught in an endless wind. And you are still standing at the edge of that choice. I can see it in you, the flickering thought. Maybe I'll start tomorrow, maybe next week, maybe when I feel stronger, braver, better. But here's the truth, little spark. You'll never feel ready. You'll never feel certain. And you'll never be given back the time you've wasted. But I'm not here to scare you. I'm not here to haunt you. I'm here to tell you it is not too late. The thread is still in your hands. The story is still yours to shape. You're not the weight of all your missed chances. You're the sum of what you choose to do now. Go, not in fear, but in certainty. Let your hands touch the world. Let your voice rings through the hands of time. Chase the thing that calls to you, because it has always been yours, waiting. And when you finally meet me at the edge of it all, I want to see your hands full. I want to hear your voice steady and sure as you say, I did not wait. And I will smile, and I will be proud. Cryptic, ain't it?
Perhaps to some. Thank you for reading it, nevertheless. I'm afraid it may represent a far too old message. Missed by minutes.
Levi would shrug, dropping the notes, clanking the beer a little bit more as the foam had gone down, and taking a sip of it before pushing it across the bar. Why don't you stay with me a few minutes? You only got about a couple before the night becomes dawn. Take this as your safe haven, would y'all?
John Robot would look over to John Magnum's, Jesus Christ Edwin himself.
Edwin put his hands on the bar for a moment. Machina had told us that there were a dozen of you, yes?
Yeah.
Where is my hell? Do you know?
How do you figure you'd find him? If he was even here.
I'd tried yelling to him. No response, of course. Trying, seeing if you would know, though you may not. I simply feel as though if he were here, in this world, or just a visitor of it, I might meet him before going to my destined shore. I have words for him yet.
Well, I might have something that's a bit of a disappointment to you. My elder died long time ago. Didn't you know that?
Then I have nothing keeping me here.
I gotta say, the way he died in that red parade, as, you know, upstairs,
You're
you would end up finding something interesting. As the lantern would come up, as you hear the working sounds behind you, you would begin to hear something upstairs that was new. The lantern would illuminate the room as, for a second, you saw a few bloody droplets leading up into the attic room. Do you continue?
Do I follow? Is that what you just said? Sorry, the music is very loud. Yeah, I can fucking continue. What the fuck you think I am?
The blood droplets get a little bit thicker as Edwin. When I say you died to that red parade, it was nasty. Nothing I ever done seen before. I thought the answers were stronger than that, really. You know, this blood continues to pool up. It leads and it begins to flow, encompassing a bit as it sticks onto your shoe. Do you continue?
Well, I didn't fear Luke. It was a casual thing. He's seen it so many times. It didn't matter to him. He would continue forward.
It would glisten. The lantern light making it almost liquidated, almost colored, and you could see it beneath your shoe as Edwin. Those things, they ain't demons. They ain't angels. Hell, they sure as hell ain't something human. You know, you would hear a bone snap, accompanied by the tearing of a piece of flesh, as Drifter. Those things, they're really like oversized ants, if I had to equate them to something. I'd call them the Swarm. As Eno, when your lantern finally illuminates itself, finally brings itself into light, what you see is this tiny little creature in the body of a man, in the body of this tall white figure in dark clothes, with a kanabo on his right, and festive Japanese-looking attire You see this tiny embryo in the chest of this man chewing and biting, ripping out as you see teeth pull up an intestinal line and begin to eat and to feast. As it looks over to you, it looks over to the light now effervescent on its body. As we move back, Drifter. That's
Mhm.
took Mile, and it took the other angels, and it took Bloast. That's what the Red Parade is. You may react.
How? Luke? This wasn't something he's seen before. He's seen a lot. Luke's been through lots of things, seeing things, but this was something that was a lot more. Something greater. He had no words. He didn't, or usually never had any words. But he knew this thing needed to be put down. As one, this seems to be something that needs to have a role to it. This is something fucked up right here. This is another thing to add to his list as clicks, similarities of memories popping into his head, bloody, gory, everything, but living things he's hunted, nothing like this in his fucking belly. What the fuck? As in this moment, he has his bow right now, as he automatically takes it out before just observing it, watching it, waiting for it to make the first move, as he knew if he made any action at this moment, he would lose a lot, and he's not ready for that. He's not ready for that. As he's going to pull out one of the arrows, put it in, he's just going to observe, watching it. As I want to make a sanity check.
Make a sanity check.
I need to check it. Fuck. Step to that. Can I roll it? I think it's time. I would like to use my trait. Can I roll determination?
Absolutely.
It's meant to be, baby. As everything coming into play, his memories, everything coming into this moment. This is the most fucked up thing any natural human being would freak out to this, but there's too much in his brain, too much on his mind. He's seen so much. As those eyes again, they dim out, a void. As he proceeds to approach, I would like to first analyze this thing. I want to see what its weaknesses are, what its movements are. As simple as like a hunt. Like back then, as he's hunting, he wants to assess what he's dealing with, what he can see. May I do that?
It's maybe half a foot tall. It is a completely composed of flesh, no skin, no bone. You see nothing on it. Rather, it has these little, almost mandible-like things where you can see that pure muscle encompasses its meaty little hands, almost like nubs, as you can see little twines and little strings coming out of it. Again, like mandibles or maybe a mantis blade. It has fibers that it uses to attach on, and you can see a hole, presumably for its mouth. Its head has been locked on and tracking you, though it has no eyes. You can presume it either hears or smells you. As you approach, it continues to watch you.
As an immediate moment of intimidation, I would like to pull my bow back. Does it react? And this is fast. This is like a quick snap of a reaction. Does it do anything at this moment?
You have an arrow drawn.
Correct.
You would see as the creature would dive into the flesh, disappearing out of your sight as the Oni's body begins to gurgle, going left and right, making noises as it is heard downstairs a yell, a scream, and the snapping of bone. Blood begins to trickle down that little spiral staircase as Levi says one simple thing.
3 minutes.
Il actu, il actu, il actu. Keeps muttering this phrase, watching it, observing this body, this thing, merely observing it, waiting. It's his eyes fixated on it. As he just observes and watches it.
By now, it had disappeared from your sight. It is somewhere in that body, in between the flesh.
As I let go of the string, as I aim towards the body, I let go, letting go of that arrow. May I make an attack? It's in the body, correct?
Somewhere.
The whole, somewhere. How's the body facing?
It is
Where,
currently
like, how is it laid out?
chest up to the sky as its legs are sort of out in this star pattern. One, though its upper chest from its shoulders is rolled on its side where the head is facing towards you.
At any moment, was there any movement in the throat area?
There was not. At least not from what you could see in this dark area.
What my instincts tell me to do in this moment? May I roll to see what my instincts would tell me to do?
Roll in 6.
Fire. I would like the bonus, is that cool?
Yeah.
Fire. And its instincts. How's everyone feeling? I just wanted to ask, because, like, this is fucking awesome, dude. This is touche. Oh, yeah!
Oh yeah.
That is a 97 as the highest.
Well,
Bro named everybody
Fuck
this
up to
one
my
comes.
name!
You know, your instinct tells you it's not in the body. When you heard that wood crack, it went through the bottom and went into the rafters.
Cool. Well, because I know that now, or I have this instinct as such, let's make a check to observe raptors, correct? As I'm going to check the raptors.
So when I say the rafters, I mean the rafters of the first floor. So it would be your current floor.
Oh, under, correct?
Yeah, under your feet. Above the people below you. Which, I do ask my 4 other players, What are you guys doing?
looking around?
When you heard
I'll be looking
blood
around.
Trail. You saw blood trail down the staircase. You heard bones snap. You heard, as Levi said, 3 minutes.
07 wasn't paying attention to Levi or a conversation with Drifter.
You're in here now for 3 minutes. 3 minutes of fun.
Could I do an intertwine
3
of
minutes
something?
of playtime.
Alright. He wasn't paying attention to the conversation at all.
You hear stomping, then you hear stomping coming down.
He would be
As-
paying attention to that.
Luke comes down before eyeing. What is his name again? I apologize.
07.
Not 07. The guy who's. There is something in here.
I know. I've been known.
Before what the creepy motherfucker he is turns his head and looks around, observing that area, observing what
the
trails it could have
guns is
left.
You would notice your own footprint trail of the blood coming down where your feet had splattered up and against the wall, pushing over one of the skeletons. There's nothing behind you, though. That's different.
Raccoon Man.
Is there any opening in the ceiling? In the rafters?
There is not. What's
Ew.
up, Feed?
I was gonna say I was gonna look in the rafters, but
There's not openings in the rafters. It sort of looks like a pallet where there are boards, there's a crawl space, and then boards.
And
do I
that's what I'm
see any
looking at. I'm
movement?
just seeing
Do I
if there's
s-
anything. It came down
Hey,
here.
there
I'm making
would-
sure.
There would be, like, vibrations, and you would see the rafters shaking.
can I see anything white coming from the rafters? Like movement or anything?
Nothing white, no.
No movement?
You can't see the individual movement. You can see the vibrations.
I would like to pick up a chair. Just how I threw it. I'm gonna throw that chair at the vibration. See what
You
happens.
throw a chair at the ceiling as it breaks and legs come down. You watch as the vibration scatters a little bit.
There! As you see him point towards the vibration.
I agree.
I agree.
How many minutes are there?
Well, he said 3 minutes about a minute ago.
I have a lantern, right? It's lit, right?
Oh.
No, you know, please.
I'm sorry, but
I like you.
whatever means
and I want you.
necessary.
And I want you to do this. I want to
Let's
fucking
go,
do
baby!
Let's
Do
go!
it. You know,
Do it.
I call you E now. I call you he nowdism.
How many are there? There's other, right? There's others too, if I'm correct, right? You had a lot other lanterns, right? They're like sitting somewhere, aren't they? Where are they?
Oh yeah,
Why did I have
lanterns.
to be
And what do
aesthetic?
lanterns have? Oil.
Why did I have to be aesthetic? Why did I have to be aesthetic?
Hey, so
in the session today, black fluids are extremely
Have
flammable.
anyone has any fire? As Luke speaks, fire has been used for many things in these eras, by cleansing, by warmth, by evil.
Well,
Same
Callan
as
and Edwin are
anything.
both defined as men who are on that shit, so he's gonna start running for one of the lanterns.
Same as anything.
As the instincts of
It's used to
adrenaline
get the
kicks
job
in,
done.
going
As he
for the
breaks
lantern.
that shit! Or, yeah, he fucking
Devin's just gonna
throws
vault
that
over
shit,
the
baby!
bar. He's just gonna vault over it. You haven't aimed this shit.
Hey Jay, what you doing?
Let us cleanse this. Let us cleanse this thing.
What you doing, Jay? We got 3 fuckers vaulting. We got we got 3 fuckers going for lanterns. 1 fucker's going to
Hide in the
vault.
bar.
Yeah. What you doing, JD's?
But if only you knew my idea.
Well,
Yendor steps to the side and reaches for a lantern. He holds on a second, looks over at the hand that isn't his, and takes a second to reconsider putting this body in danger as he takes a step closer to his Beowulf and sets the ice pike to the ground, crouching down somewhat closer to it, near the counter.
Hey, so as I'm rushing toward these lanterns, now lanterns historically are things that need oil. Are there any doors or anything behind the bar table that looks like it could be a storage room?
No, sir.
My ass is really fat. You probably use that as a storage. Sorry. I'll mute that.
Well, there is a lot of wood.
No, sir. There is no storage room or nothing. The only thing behind the bar seems to be this Euclidean door that, once more, has a shimmer of like almost liquid behind it.
Wait, isn't this a bar?
It's a cafe.
Ah, okay. And where was this thing again? Sorry.
Up.
It's above us.
Up.
somewhere. I threw a chair at it. That's my comment. That's why I did.
Hey, so Apollyon. Actually. I have one steak left and is.
No, you don't. You used 2.
I have one steak left. I have used 3. This is my last one. Oh, I have 2 left.
He's used 3.
No, you.
Either way.
In fact,
He stops for a moment, looking at the lantern and realizing the thing is up. You know what else was up? As Cal Edwin gets one final spurt of nostalgia, maybe even a flickering memory.
You know what was up?
Do you remember the very first session of Purcell? I would like to roll. I would like to roll
What are the other
a
actions
mix
people are taking?
of Edwin's funny stat and Candor's strength.
What are the other things people are doing?
I'm taking cover, man.
Wait.
All right.
I'm
Why are you rolling
automatically.
Candor's strength?
He meant Callan.
Callan's strength,
okay.
yes.
Oh, my bad.
Potato.
The luck of the spirit and the strength of the body.
Not having this lantern, he would look at a reminiscent memory of what's about to go down. As he just gazes, looking at what's about to go down and gives it an innate smile.
I would also like to secondarily note that I have a advantage on all makeshift weapons.
I would like to secondarily note you to shush.
Dude, he's giggling.
As Levi says, 1 minute. Lanterns are thrown in the air, stakes, whatever weapons. People are taking cover, diving. As it all slows down for just a minute, once more. One final time. I will not slip quietly into the undertow. The abyss extends its jaws. The void hums with promises of rest. Yet I do not bend my neck. I will not descend into silence. I will not let the ruin wrap my end in. I rise, shattered, bleeding, and trembling. But still, I rise. I choose the blaze of resistance over the velvet numbness. I choose the agony of standing over the comfort of a collapse. I choose to live, even as the grave sharpens its teeth. For there is a lantern inside my ribs, a flame older than my sorrow, a pulse older than my fear. And I know this. The same flame flickers in you. It hides, it falters, it forgets its own brightness, but it is there, waiting for your breath to awaken it. The world would have us kneel to despair, to stitch our own mouths closed, to believe that silence is strength. But I'm no servant of oblivion, and neither are you. So I will fight the night with my final flame, and when I rise from the ash, I will drag your soul upward with me, because what beats in me also beats in you. Let us bear our wounds like banners. Let us prove to the silence that we will not be swallowed. I will not go down that way. And if you listen closely, you will hear it yourself too. A vow whispered from your own bones. A quiet roar rising into thunder. I am still here. I will not go down that way. As in this slow motion, we see as Levi moves in regular speed. We watch as he turns around, taking one last sip of the beer he had poured, putting it back against the desk as it spills slightly, moving over the bar. We see as 07 gets a bit of a nod from Levi in this slow motion. As his hand moves, planting on the door behind him, looking at the watch on his wrist as his hand grabs the doorknob. 3, 2, 1. Levi would open and walk through the door, as when he pushes it out, his hand that had pushed it out began to evaporate and pixelate, turning into light. As he walks through, more and more of him would turn into this light that shone inward towards the likes of the Gypsum Cafe. As once he fully disappears, time resumes at regular speed. We see as lanterns fall and break against the ceiling. We see as oil begins to spread and come down, spreading from the top like a spiral. As a pike goes straight through the ceiling, we hear a squeal as we can see through the rafters. You caught something's leg at the very least. As it skitters off, you hear muscle snap as the fire begins to spread more and more. As the door behind you, that bright, illuminate, effervescent light, it opens up. And you can see in the distance sunrise, sunshine, beach, and a vast ocean. Now it's just the matter of getting out in the next 10 fucking seconds before all of you are turned to dust!
Andor from his crouch position shoots one of his legs back and fucking dead sprints for the door with his puppy.
I run with Candor. Just getting the fuck out of here at this point.
So I vault over after the nod.
Where's that stupid kid,
runs.
Luke?
He's looking around for it. He's just smashed the thing as he's so focused on killing that thing.
As he immediately, Callan, Edwin, whatever, glances to him, seeing that he has no care in the world for whatever is about to happen to him, full sprint tackles him, rushing him through the door. You can make an opposed strength roll if you'd like.
Because I am in this state, I will have to.
All right.
We're going to do
my
it.
first roll of the session.
Come on, baby.
Go,
roll
baby.
big. I've been rolling like crazy.
Now, how
And
can we tell which
strength,
one's
right?
which?
This is opposed
Yes.
strength, right? Okay. I think my
Let's
last
go.
one too. So,
Opposed musculature.
can you say?
Oh, really slow
musculature.
these nuts joke.
Okay, I have. Okay.
Slugma.
The swarm comes in striping.
I got a net. What?
You gotta be shitting me.
You now?
Well, shit, boys.
Oh my god! Why, Luke?
Wait,
Why
he has a
you-
fucking. Wait, he rolls
I get a
two?
double.
What?
No, I
Oh.
get roll 2 because I'm in an emotional
You've
state
got a
right now.
100
Yeah.
and a 99. Fuck.
Well, shit.
Shit.
What do I do?
Well,
I didn't expect.
Well,
I expected
okay.
to get a fucking 10,
Okay,
dude. I
okay.
expected nothing.
Okay.
You
Okay.
might have to
Record,
actually roleplay your way out of this
record,
one.
record.
no.
May I assist in grabbing them both and chucking them through the door?
Bro,
Did-
he rolled 100 for me and a 99 for you. I want this shit to get roleplayed. Come on.
What?
Give me some
John,
music.
if y'all
Stop
ain't,
stuttering.
if he ain't grabbing you and you ain't grabbing him, Candor's about to come back in and grab y'all up. Each of yous.
Wait, give me a minute.
What?
I thought you were
Fucking-
jinxing
This
yourself.
kid's got
man.
actual retard strength, I swear to God.
Now would be a great time for Beethoven Symphony Number 6. Put him on that.
Oh my god! Why now, dude? I
As
could
a
use
red
this later.
powder keg. Yeah,
This is
it's... You know,
now,
don't
dude.
complain.
Oh
no,
my
you,
God.
we've been fucked here, but we'll roleplay it.
We are gonna roleplay this shit. We're gonna roleplay this shit. So we gotta record this shit.
We're gonna
This
burn
shit-
to death.
Okay.
You ever see? You a
I-
fan of Five Nights at Freddy's?
Funny enough, this reminds me. This actually is interesting because this whole scene reminds him of something very deep. So
This is so deep.
This is so deep,
it's
Ken.
so deep.
This is so
It's
deep.
so deep.
Callan failed his first strength check.
Oh, 3 houses!
You know. You feel as the smoke begins to build up in this area. You feel as your side gets pushed against, but you just push out your foot. You feel the adrenaline in your veins. You watch as your muscles bulge. You watch as your arms, your veins are popping out of your skin. You feel nothing but the thrill of the hunt in this moment. You remember. You're not doing this just to feed yourself. You're doing this to feed her. You're doing this to feed the village. You are hunting. Your bow draws back. You feel as your arm, your elbow, when it digs across Callan, you feel as just this raw strength, it pushes you, not completely out of the way, but to the point where his arm could draw back this bowstring. We hear each individual rip as, you don't feel it, but Callan, you notice it. You feel the heat as oil drips onto Enau's head. It begins to burn in his hair and spread slightly. Enau, can we get a breath in and out?
As he takes it, I can do it, but I did it.
With this, you begin to notice the patterns in the ceiling, the fire beginning to corner the creature. There's nowhere else it could go. You narrow it down, your hand swings slightly left and right. You let out all the oxygen, your heart stopping its beat as if you were a sniper trained for this. The arrow drawn against its spine.
Ethos. As he says this from his old language, he would release.
You would release as this arrow would draw itself through the air. The once more being hard as the air is broken in front of you. You watch as the rafters would break, as you would snap through, and what you would see in the very far corner of the room, pinned against one of the wooden braces by your arrow, through the beating chest of the creature, he would begin to squirm left and right before the tiny little nubs and spines would fall. And you accomplish your hunt. You, though, don't do it without cost. From the top of your head, there has been multiple oil drippings onto your body. You are beginning to singe. You are beginning to fry. I will now give Callan permission to print Vital Carry.
God damn you, boy!
As you lose your adrenaline.
As Calvin full force tackles you, launching the both of you out of the building in a stumbling rush. The burning, collapsing structure folding in behind you. Callan forces you into the mud, dipping your head almost as if trying to suffocate you, or more so out the flames burning the top of you.
As a statement
Dousing
to
you
all,
out.
this is a warning to them that he is ready for them.
Fucking horror farming.
We all are.
Once you all make it outside, you see it. That in which you had hoped to see this entire night. The sunrise. No longer is there fog, no longer is there a thick mud, no. Rather, your feet feel sand. Your body feels warmth. Your eyes see thin, crystalline blue water that expands out for miles. To your right, you can see a hill leading up to a church. Behind you, this massive forest expanse, and off in the distance, you swear you can see the outlines of city lights turning on in the morning. As once more, time begins to slow. The wind hitting your body, you feel as everything goes a little bit numb. The cosmos does not alter its tide for a dream that never stirs from shore. You clutch the same habits like heirlooms, polish the same chains as though they were jewels, and then wonder why your view never shifts. Do you not see a life unbroken by change is a mirror with no depth, reflecting only yesterday, forever? The truth is merciless yet merciful. Nothing bends until you bend. If you always reach with the same hand, you will always touch the same cold wall. If you always speak the same bow, you will always taste the same silence. And the silence is patient. It will cradle you until you mistake its grip for comfort, until you are buried alive in sameness. But I tell you this, with trembling love, to remain unchanged is to surrender your pulse to dust before death ever claims you. Even the stars shed their skins. Even galaxies tear themselves open to become something new. Why should you, fragile and infinite, settle for stillness? You do not need to shatter the world, only tilt it. Shift one breath, one ritual, one trembling choice. The smallest fracture in your cycle will bleed light into the whole. Yes, it will ache. Yes, it will terrify. But that ache is proof you are alive, and that terror is proof you are moving. Do not waste this borrowed ember. Do not polish your cage until it gleams. Break it, step out, trembling into the uncarved night. For if you always do what you always did, You will always die where you always stood. I appreciate every single one of you for coming to Stillheoul Serious Postings' second to last session of Season 0. Drifter, you may.
Somewhere beyond the sea, somewhere waiting for me, my lover stands on golden sands and watches the ships that go sailing. Somewhere beyond the sea,
As you all stand on this
she's
beach
there watching for me.
and watch the sunrise
If I
together,
could fly like birds on
I'll give you all
high,
a few minutes,
then straight
your
to
last
her
few
arms I'd
minutes,
go sailing.
as therefore, Candor, Theodore, Faith,
Beyond the
and
star, it's near beyond the moon.
relish it. For these characters' names will never be said by me again.
Beyond a doubt, my heart will lead me there soon. We'll meet beyond the shore.
Through his own eyes,
Just as before,
Candor watched something or other, someone,
beyond the sea,
step through him.
and never again I'll go
He
sailing.
wasn't nearly as tall as he was, or as old. No, it was a young figure, one limping slightly. He had a somewhat militaristic uniform on, or at least the jacket of one, somewhat burnt. His hair was long, and he scratched his chin. He was in good need of a good shave. He didn't turn his face to look back at Callan. Instead, no. There was something standing out there, in the crisping waves as they turned to foam. He didn't see the face of that figure either. But the one that walked through him walked toward them. And no words were said.
And never again I'll go sailing.
A visage from a bygone era would approach the shore of the beach. He would stand with a dog by his side. A large, fantastical creature of unknown ability. Its mouth dripping with what appeared to be magma. Its teeth long and sharp and nearly prehistoric in make. He takes in the ocean for a moment, before reaching back to the sling of whoever it was he now embodied. He would take the drawing again and unfurl it, giving it one more look over, before throwing it to the Beowulf at his side. As he seemingly, to it, no longer spoke through another man's voice. It knew who he was. I dare say, girl, Edwin may have never been the greatest of artists, but he captured your ferocity quite keenly. He'd turn the drawing back to himself and look it over before nodding. Inside. I dare say we did pretty well, girl. As he says this, we get a view from behind Jens's body. As A cloud would roll by in the distance. Seemingly as it passes by him, it turns into a silhouette, reforming as it moves across his body. Large, spherical, and bulky. As it fades up into the sky, out of view. And where once stood a Beowulf is now seemingly just a loose pup. It looks around, almost confusedly, near Yen's leg, before yapping twice and skittering off further along the shoreside.
It seemed from a while Luke had broken free, but it did not mean that Theo had left him. Just like he was in the back of Luke's mind, he was standing there, not leaving him, but instead facing Luke. How he was merely observing. This will that he himself truly didn't have. From back then, when he fought the many creatures, he had the strength but did not have the will. But this boy had it, this strength to go on. And from what he saw, he loved it, and he wished he had it again. But for now, as all things come to an end, he had a fulfilling life as a carry-on, working hard and earnest to help them grow. Whatever had happened here, and back then, it will always be remembered. But for now, he had to turn and walk away to wherever he will be now. He had nothing else to say. Now Luke, maybe he saw this, maybe he felt this as Theodore maybe walked away, but for now, we're here with Luke himself. That is all.
Taking in the sigh, it would seem that this rendezvous has ended. This constant moving, this messaging all seems to come to an end. While it may seem that one part of him left, another door opens for him. Something to reminisce upon. Seeing that this will be their call to leave, he would give a sigh, feeling the water, feeling the wet sand, dry sand, feeling what's like to be in another body. As that part of him departs, walking towards the ocean, the sea, the body of water, whatever you call it at this point. But that lasting memory will never leave as his scene fades.
The time he spends on this beach, He thinks about the person he once was or could have been. 07, realizing that man or person left a long time ago. Left as soon as he placed the photo/drawing. He looks in front to the ocean and thinks to himself, what would he like to do the rest of his life? That's where my scene fades.
Do you know what it means when the shadows pass you by, and the hollow eyes of malice do not find to turn you away? It is because you've already been claimed. Evil has no need to snarl at what nears your heart. Silence in its most sinister form is when darkness whispers. He is more old. But when ruin raises its gaze to you, cruelty sharpens its teeth in the wrong direction. His improvements, his plans. You are stirring the soil where light takes roots, and the parasites have wings. Only those who rule against the current of despair invite the storm to crash upon them. Do not envy those unbothered by the dark. Their peace is the peace of the grave. Better to be struck at, cold at, resisted, because it means you are no longer fearing the void, but starving it. And beware the sacrifice of it is like a mist. Sometimes it hungers, sometimes it cools, offering easy pleasures that hollow you out from within. That is the near ambush, not the blade you float, but the honey on your tongue. Immediate gratification is the leash it slips about your spirit. Refuse it. Seal your ears against its lullaby. Stay firm with both radiance and shadow presence. Those who have true repentance are seen by both guardians and predators. If evil has chosen to fight you, it is because your steps are frightened. And if light still lingers at your side, it is because you are becoming dormant fears. And that is where the second to last session of Stillheoul Season 0 concludes.
Would I add one more thing?
You may.
Just before the scene takes its final fade, Jens breaks out of the trance that stares out at the ocean. He blinks 3 times before shaking his head slightly, estranged to find himself now standing on the beach. Feels something coarse in his hand, and as he looks down, a paper. As the drawing depicts a bygone family with a message that ends. Make it count.
Are you ready to venture back into the deep? Unveil that in which a life you hadn't lived. For strife doesn't come without cost. Remember not to be blithe, for this moment may be real. May it be your mind, may it be your soul, may it be your body in full. No matter the vessel, you must still accept responsibility for what you owe, for what you are, for what you've done. Remember not what you did, remember not in which was the cost. Remember the outcome, remember your thoughts. the way they swirl in your mind. It's all with reason. But reason is an explanation, not an excuse. The feeling which drags you down from inside, may it be grief, may it be guilt, may it even be the result of a mind that's too powerful for its own cage. It is but a feeling. Feelings pass, feelings grow, and feelings develop. You may not forget, but you may heal. What you remember, what happened, and what is perceived may not tell the new story, but the story never ends, as long as you breathe. So take a step back and have a stab again at life. Retell the story if need be. Edit, revise, but do not be absolved in your code. Do not be lost to your memory, and do not dissolve in expectation. Enjoy closure, my static cats.